Itu depan.
Oke,
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we may have your attention, please. We are going to start our event. We are going to present you Rentak Menghanjak Dance. Rentak Menghanjak means having fun activities between Muli and Mekhanai. This dance is created by Laura Gustia, music composed by Agung Hero, and coordinated by Fitri Daryanti. Please enjoy.
Rabbikum ya Rabbikum Rabbikum salu ala Assalamualaikum sikam numpang butabu Kamhaga nayu agung piturani pitubingi Jejamo ram nyejunjung nyin adat ram lestari. Tabu pun.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Tabi pun. Our heartfelt greetings to the Honorable Professor Dr. Her Pratiwi, MPD, Head of the Senate at Universitas Lampung. Director of Universitas Lampung, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Lusmelia Afriani, DEA, represented by Dr. Engineering Suripto Dwi Yuwono, MT, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Dr. Ai Ahadiat, SE MBA, Vice Rector for Planning Cooperation and Information and Communication Technology, the Director of Postgraduate Program at Universitas Lampung, the Head of the Institute for Research and Community Services of Universitas Lampung, or the representative Head of the Institute for Educational Development, Quality Assurance of Universitas Lampung, or the representative, all the esteemed deans of the faculties at Universitas Lampung, all head of units, head of departments, and head of study program at the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Lampung. We are honored to welcome our distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. Katrina Tur from Monash University, Australia, Associate Professor Dr. Zaleha Abdullah from University Technology Malaysia, Malaysia, Dr. E.N. Hainilah MPD from Universitas Lampung, Indonesia, Dr. Risma Sinaga M. Hum from Universitas Lampung, Indonesia. Good morning to all the presenters and a warm welcome to the 5th International Conference on Progressive Education 2023. Let's begin our event by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Before we proceed further, let us unite in the singing of the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by hymn in Universitas Lampung and March Teacher Training and Education Faculty. Audience, please rise.
Pendidikan Universitas Lampung berjuang bekerja mencerdaskan masyarakat Republik Indonesia, bertekad jadi lembaga inspiratif progresif yang profesional bermartabat agar mampu hasilkan tenaga kependidikan kritis cerdas berakhlak mulia. Iptek dan seni dikembangkan melalui penelitian, mengabdi kepada masyarakat, memajukan pendidikan, menjunjung pengembangan masyarakat ilmiah dan jiwa profesionalisme, edukatif inovatif yang religius, itu semangat utama. FKIP Unila akan terus berkarya demi bangsa Indonesia. FKIP Unila akan terus berkarya demi bangsa Indonesia.
Audience, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite Ibu Ana Mentari SPD MPD, in charge of the 5th International Conference on Progressive Education 2023, to present her report. Ibu Ana Mentari SPD MPD, the floor is yours.
Before I begin, I would like to inform you that I'm about to deliver my welcoming speech in Indonesian, which is in accordance with the Presidential Decree of the Republic of Indonesia number 63 of 2019 on the use of the Indonesian language. Article 27 of the Presidential Decree mandate the use of the Indonesian language in a national and international forum held in Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Tabi pun. Yang terhormat Rektor Universitas Lampung yang hari ini diwakili oleh Bapak Dr. Eng Suripto Dwi Yuwono MT, Wakil Rektor Bidang Akademik. Yang saya hormati Ketua Lembaga Penelitian dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat Universitas Lampung atau yang mewakili. Yang saya hormati Ketua Lembaga Pengembangan Pembelajaran dan Penjaminan Mutu Universitas Lampung atau yang mewakili, tamu undangan yang saya hormati, para dekan dan wakil dekan di Universitas Lampung, Direktur Program Pasca Sarjana Universitas Lampung, Ketua Jurusan, Ketua Program Studi S1, S2, dan S3 di Universitas Lampung, para keynote speaker yang saya banggakan, Dr. Katrina Tur dari Monash University, Australia, Asok Profesor Dr. Zaliha Abdullah dari University Teknologi Malaysia, Dr. Helen R. Pilber dari Guimara State University, Filipina, Profesor Dr. E.N. Yaya Hainilah MPD dari FKIP Universitas Lampung, Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Risma M. Sinaga, M.Hum dari Universitas Lampung, Indonesia. Hadirin yang berbahagia, atas nama Panitia ICOPE 2023, saya ingin menyampaikan ucapan selamat yang tulus kepada semua peserta Konferensi Internasional The Fifth International Conference on Progressive Education ICOPE 2023. Ini tahun kelima bagi kami menyelenggarakan konferensi ini. Kegiatan ini merupakan kegiatan tahunan yang diadakan oleh Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Lampung. Tahun lalu, ICOPE keempat tahun 2022 dilaksanakan pada tanggal 15 Oktober 2022 di Kota Bandar Lampung, tepatnya di Hotel Radisson, Provinsi Lampung, Indonesia. Kami mengundang 4 pembicara utama dari Australia, Malaysia, Singapura, dan Indonesia untuk membahas tema Fostering Synergy and Innovation in Digital Learning Environment. Hadirin yang berbahagia, ICOPE yang kelima tahun 2023 ini merupakan undangan untuk membahas berbagai topik terkait dengan tema konferensi kami pada hari ini. Acara ini diharapkan dapat menjadi forum untuk membahas isu-isu terkini, khususnya pada dunia pendidikan. Dengan demikian, konferensi ini bertujuan untuk mempertemukan para mahasiswa, guru, akademisi, peneliti, serta praktisi untuk berbagi ide dan temuan penelitian untuk berkontribusi pada pengetahuan teoritis dan praktis tentang Emerging AI for Education and Sustainable Human Development. 5 penyaji materi utama terkait dengan tema konferensi akan dipresentasikan hari ini. Dr. Katrina Tur dari Monash University Australia akan mempresentasikan topik mengenai Teaching and Learning English in the Age of Generative AI. Asok Profesor Dr. Zaliha Abdullah dari University Teknologi Malaysia akan mendiskusikan topik mengenai Adaptive Learning, Unleashing the Potential of Artificial Intelligence. Keynote paper ketiga tentang Emerging AI for Education and Sustainable Development akan dipresentasikan oleh Dr. Helen R. Pilber dari Guimara State University, Filipina, Profesor Dr. E.N. Yaya Hainila MPD dari Universitas Lampung, Indonesia akan mempresentasikan Artificial Intelligence untuk pengembangan manusia berkelanjutan dalam kajian pedagogik dan akan dilanjutkan dengan topik transformasi budaya, masa depan pendidikan dan kehadiran teknologi Artificial Intelligence AI akan dipresentasikan oleh Profesor Dr. Risma M. Sinaga dari Universitas Lampung, Indonesia. Saudara-saudara sekalian yang saya banggakan, konferensi ini dihadiri oleh lebih dari 100 peserta yang berasal dari Indonesia, Malaysia, Afghanistan, dan Hungaria. Kami menerima sebanyak 108 abstrak dengan total 95 makalah lengkap atau full paper yang kami terima untuk dipresentasikan pada acara hari ini. Naskah yang diterima, dipresentasikan, dan terpilih akan diterbitkan dalam proceeding konferensi internasional mengikuti syarat dan ketentuan yang sudah ditetapkan. Sebagai informasi, kami juga akan mengumumkan presenter terbaik pada konferensi internasional ini setelah sesi paralel berakhir. Oleh karena itu, kami mengharapkan Bapak Ibu semua dapat memberikan penampilan terbaik untuk sesi. Akhir kata, kami berharap para penyaji, peserta, dan masyarakat umum dapat mengambil manfaat dari acara ini. Semoga Bapak Ibu semua dapat mengikuti konferensi ini dengan baik dan kami berharap untuk dapat mempublikasikan temuan Bapak Ibu semua. Terima kasih. Sedikit pantun. Di Papua ada cendrawasih. Sekian dan terima kasih. Saya akhiri wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We would like to invite Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of Universitas Lampung to deliver his welcoming speech and officially open the 5th International Conference on Progressive Education 2023. To Dr. Engineering Subripto Dwi Yuwono MT, the floor is yours.
Oh ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Tabi pun. The Honorable Profesor Dr. Pratiwi MPD, Ketua Senat Universitas Lampung. Hadir ya. Oh, ada di. Terima kasih. Oh, hadir. The Honorable Director of Postgraduate Program, University of Lampung, Head of the Research and Community Service Institute, Universitas of Lampung, or representative, Head of the Learning Development and Quality Assurance Institute, Universitas Lampung, or representative, the Honorable Dean of University of Lampung, Dean of Medical Faculty, Faculty of Mathematics Science, Faculty Engineering, Faculty Agriculture, Dean of Faculty Economic and Business, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Faculty Law, and Dean of the Faculty Teacher Training and Education, or representative. Distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Katarina Tur from Monash University, Australia, Associate Professor Dr. Jaleha Abdullah from University Technology Malaysia, Dr. Helen R. Fibar, Guimaras State University from Philippines, Profesor Dr. E.N. Yahya Hayenila, MPD, Lampung University, Profesor Dr. Risma M. Sinaga M. Hum, Lampung University, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to welcome all the participants today, the International Conference on Progressive Education in 2023, which is organized by the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Lampung. Thank you for joining this conference offline or online. I also express my gratitude and pride to the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Lampung, and the Interconference Organizing Committee who have worked to make this event a success. It is such an honor to see so many people from all over Indonesia join this conference. From Aceh to Papua and the other country, Australia, Malaysia, Philippines, and Hungary. This high interest, a reflection of how important this conference at the international level. This conference is the high forum to convey idea, especially in the field of education. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the conference, Emerging EA for Education and Sustainable Human Development. This theme is a clear evidence of our commitment to present holistic and innovation thinking in the increase the complex global challenge in the field of education and sustainable human development. This conference is a valuable opportunity to share knowledge, experience, and the best idea in the use of EA in the context of education and sustainable development. We have a panel of high quality, qualified, and experienced speakers who will provide valuable insight into the advance in EA and how we can use it, improve the quality of education and achieve better sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite all participants to be open in discussing, exchanging ideas, and collaborating. IA technology has a very potential to create positive change. However, we must also be careful in the dealing with various challenges. Finally, I would like to welcome all participants and hope that this seminar will be productive and inspiring. Hopefully, we can all build strong collaboration together to realize better education and sustainable human development in the future. As last, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I declare that the International Conference on the Progressive Education to 2023 is officially opened. We hope that all participants can enjoy and participate in entry series event well and the maximum benefit. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Keynote speakers, Professor Dr. E.N. Hainilah Empiri and Professor Dr. Risma Sinaga M. Hum, the deans and all the distinguished guests are requested to come in front to take pictures together. In gratefulness, we invite Bapak Ujang Effendi MPD to lead us in prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi, tabi pun. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Very honorable excellencies, rector, vice rector, and also deans and vice deans all over University of Lampung. Allow me please to recite dua by Islamic traditions for my brother and sister who is not Muslim. I appreciate you. I allow you to recite dua by your religious tradition. Let's begin our dua today by istighfar for 3 times. Astaghfirullahaladzim. 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 A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Allahumma rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. La ilaha illa anta subhanaka innana kunna minaz zalimin. Rabbana anzilna munzalan mubarakan wa anta khairul munzilin. Allahumma inna nas'aluka al-huda wa tuqa wal afaf wal ghina wal istiqamah. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ilman nafi'an wa rizqan halalan tayyiban wa amalan mutaqabbala. Oh Allah the Almighty, forgive sins and mistakes. Forgive our sins. Forgive the sins of our parents, the sins of our teachers, the sins of our leaders. Give us the opportunity to repent before the deed comes. Oh Allah, the most merciful, the most merciful. Today we are participating in the 5th International Conference of Progressive Education 2023 that organized by the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Lampung. We are asking for your blessings. Bless our conference. We have that we can achieve many innovations from this academic conference. Give us convenience, ease, and success from the start to finish of this international conference activities. La ilaha illa anta subhanaka innana kunna minaz zalimin. Rabbana atina min ladunka rahmatan wa hayyi' lana min amrina rasada. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana wa liwalidina warhamhum kama rabbawna shighara. Allahumma la ilaha illa anta subhanaka innana kunna minaz zalimin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa qina adzabannar. Wa qina adzabannar. Subhanak rabbina rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Ujang Effendi, for leading us in prayer. As we conclude this opening ceremony, let us come together in reciting Hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Participants are requested to remain in this meeting room as we proceed to the keynote session at 9:30. Facilitating the keynote session is Ibu Rafista Devianti, SPD MPD. Now we have coffee break first.
Tes, tes. Oke, Bapak dan Ibu, sesaat lagi kita akan memulai keynote session. Sebelum kita melanjutkan ke sesi berikutnya, diharapkan seluruh tamu undangan yang hadir di sini untuk maju ke depan, kita akan melakukan foto bersama. Bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang hadir di sini, kita akan melakukan foto bersama sekali lagi. Jadi dimohon untuk maju ke depan sebelum kita akan melanjutkan ke sesi keynote speaker berikutnya. Kepada seluruh panitia agar dapat maju ke depan untuk dapat foto bersama. Bu Nur Hayati dengan MC mungkin bisa geser, nggak ke masuk dalam kamera. Apa Bu, saya ngatur aja.
Terima kasih banyak Bapak Ibu atas kehadirannya. Selanjutnya kita akan melanjutkan ke sesi. Terima kasih banyak Bapak Ibu atas kehadirannya. Selanjutnya kita akan menuju ke sesi keynote speaker.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tabi pun. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 5th International Conference on Progressive Education, focusing on emerging artificial intelligence for education and sustainable human development. Today, we are here to explore how artificial intelligence can shape education and contribute to a more sustainable future. We'll be hearing from experts in the field who are leading this transformative journey. Their insights will help us understand how artificial intelligence can create a more inclusive and sustainable world through education. It is my distinct honor to introduce our two esteemed keynote speakers for this morning session. Dr. Katrina Tour from Australia as the first speaker. Good morning, Dr. Katrina, or good afternoon in Melbourne, I suppose. Are you here already?
Yes, good morning. Yes, it's afternoon in Melbourne.
Okay, how are you?
Good to see you, everyone. Thank you. I'm well.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Dr. Katrina Tour is a senior lecturer in the Faculty of Education at Monash University. Her research focuses on the digital literacies of refugees and migrants and investigates the ways in which this group use digital technology in TESOL settings for life, learning, and employment. Katrina's research projects in TESOL contexts have examined innovative teaching and learning with technologies, including the use of generative artificial intelligence, teachers' experience with digital literacies, digital multimodal composing, and technology use in refugees communities. Katrina publishes in the field of digital literacies and TESOL, and she has provided expert advice to the government regarding digital literacies in the English language curriculum in schools and adult migrant English program. Our second keynote speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Zaleha bin Abdullah from Malaysia. Good morning, Dr. Zaleha. Are you here already?
Morning. Hello, everyone. Pleased to meet you
Okay.
online.
Yeah. Okay, I hope I can see you soon. I cannot see you in the screen, on the screen. Okay, Associate Professor Dr. Zaleha bin Abdullah is lecturer at Department of Science, Mathematics, and Creative Multimedia Education, School of Education, Faculty of Social at the University Technology Malaysia, or we can call it UTM. She has been actively working as UTM Director of Corporate Affairs, UTM Deputy Director, Center for Teaching and Learning, UTM MIT Blossoms Managers, Postgraduate Program Coordinator Educational, Technology Postgraduate Research Study Coordinator Science and Humanities. And her research mostly focuses on distance and online learning. So I welcome to both of you for joining in this conference. Each of our keynote will deliver their presentation for 30 minutes and then followed by question and answer session for 30 minutes. Without further ado, please welcome our first keynote speaker, Dr. Katrina Tour, to deliver her keynote. Dr. Katrina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would love to share my screen. Let me see if it works. Can you see my screen well? All good?
Yes, I can see your screen very well.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice introduction, and thank you everyone for attending my presentation today. In this presentation, I will focus on teaching and learning English in the age of generative AI. And obviously, it's a topic which attracted a lot of attention in recent months in different contexts, here locally in Australia and globally, as we can see from the theme of this conference, generative artificial intelligence. It's a very hot topic, I need to say, but I also need to say that it's a very new topic for many of us. And we have just started exploring and learning about generative AI and its implications for education. My professional interest in generative AI is related to language learning. So mainly about English language learning as well as AI literacy. So in this presentation, I will be exploring what generative AI can offer the field of ELT or TESOL and what issues we should be mindful of in this context. Like many other researchers, I have just started my research in this space, and I really feel excited about this opportunity to share my work with you. Most of us are now well accustomed to being assisted by artificial intelligence, and I need to say that we almost take for granted some of AI technologies in our lives. So as you can see, we probably are familiar with virtual assistant and smart home devices. We have recommendation systems on YouTube, on social media, online shopping. When we do online shopping, there are some prompts which already employ AI tools to do this for us. Navigation apps, email filtering. These are all technologies which are supported by artificial intelligence. And of course, there are many, many other examples So in this case, I can say that, of course, today people engage in various daily activities in their everyday life, maybe in learning and in their work. And they, of course, do not necessarily interact with humans. They interact with technology, with machines. However, the most recent developments in AI moved to the next level, so called generative artificial intelligence, or it's often called Gen AI. And these tools have emerged in November last year, and basically everyone is so obsessed with this topic. So generative AI, just in case you're not familiar or you're still learning about this, let me remind you that it's usually defined as a class of AI models and systems that are designed to generate new content. So, and generative AI can do already a lot. So there are different tools which can create text, audio, images, they can write program code, poetry, and artwork. So again, just a quick reminder to understand how generative AI works. Usually, these technologies are trained on the data, which is collected from different web pages, social media, and other online media. And generative AI generates its content by statistically analyzing the distribution of words, or maybe pixels or other elements in the data. So basically identifying and repeating common patterns. So for example, the words which typically follow each other. So this is how AI works. And ChatGPT is known as the fastest growing app in the history. And again, just in case you're not familiar with ChatGPT, I have a quick demonstration here. So ChatGPT 4, designed by Microsoft-backed company OpenAI, was released in November last year, and it can be accessed by setting up a free account, but there is also a premium account of ChatGPT available. And ChatGPT can rapidly generate content and a contextually relevant text based on a given prompt or input for almost any topic and writing style. And again, you can see a short demonstration here, which works as a chat function. You just put a prompt, a question, and then ChatGPT generates content for you. There is another quite popular example of generative AI. And again, I have a quick demonstration for you here. That's a platform which helps to generate images, and it works in a similar way. The users just need to put a prompt, and in just a few seconds, it allows to create different images. So these technologies are, of course, amazing, and it's not surprising that there is so much interest in this. And of course, while ChatGPT and even DALL-E has drawn a flurry of attention to AI, there is a wide range of other AI tools which can be used in teaching and learning, and new tools emerge all the time. And again, if you are interested in what's available here, I would love to share this website with you where you can see what's available and also follow the development of new tools. So just, a good resource for educators and people interested in generative AI. So, and of course, with the development of generative AI and the emergence of generative AI, the impact on education was quite significant. So two main features of generative AI include capacity for information processing and knowledge generation. And these practices that have been always central to education. So that's why it's not surprising that generative AI is often seen as having potentially huge implications for teaching and learning and huge interest in education. It, of course, opens opportunities for teaching and learning, and due to its ability to generate and access information, ChatGPT or similar tools can play a wide range of roles in teaching and learning processes. And here, as you can see, a list of different roles that generative AI may enact in education. The list is provided by UNESCO. As you can see, opportunities are amazing, and I don't think we had in the past similar technologies which would be able to do this. But with ChatGPT, obviously, the educational landscape has changed. While generative AI is often seen as a valuable tool, of course, it's not perfect, and it has been often criticized for many issues. And I would love to categorize them into some technological issues as well as some contextual issues. So technological issues are related to some cognitive bias. So information which is created by ChatGPT is not neutral. and there is a lot of bias in their content which is generated by this technology, gender, race, age. And a good example of this would be if you ask ChatGPT to name 10 philosophers, the list will include 10 male philosophers, 10 Western philosophers. They're all old and they're all dead. So this is the list showing, the bias in relation to a particular way of thinking. ChatGPT is also known for its hallucinations. What it's called, it means it produces fake information. So due to the technology, how it operates, it just matches the words. So it cannot make sense of what's there. And sometimes the stuff which is produced is really random and inaccurate or fake. ChatGPT also has limited knowledge. It has been trained on the data by 2021, so ChatGPT has no recent knowledge on current events and affairs. So that's another limitation. And lack of contextual knowledge, again, this is often seen as a limitation, as well as no moral value. So if you ask a question, if you ask an opinion of ChatGPT on a particular topic or issue, it will tell you that it doesn't have an opinion, but it also doesn't have moral value, so it doesn't see what's good, what's right. There are also some contextual issues and risks which are usually associated with how such technologies are employed by people and what people do with them. Of course, they can be designed with one intention in mind, but people get creative. Sometimes people get a bit naughty as well. So, and they start using them in a way not necessarily which designers were thinking of them. So, and one of the biggest issue, and I'm pretty sure you're all familiar with this problem now, which is usually typical of higher educational institutions such as university, is the issue of academic integrity. There are a lot of concerns about students using ChatGPT to generate assignments, to write their essays. And as you know, we don't currently have any tools which would identify that this work has been generated by ChatGPT or similar tools, which means it's really difficult to evaluate students' knowledge and understandings in our courses. Another issue is a lack of regulations. As it's a new tool, many institutions are still developing policies around this, around the use of ChatGPT. And of course, it's a very unstable time for many people and for many institutions, just because there is no guidance. We also need to understand that technologies such as generative AI increase the issue of digital divide. Not everyone has access to these tools or relevant technologies, and recent research suggests that tools such as ChatGPT just create a new form of digital divide. People from disadvantaged backgrounds, social class, socioeconomic status, or levels of education usually cannot have or cannot take the advantage of tools such as ChatGPT as compared to more advantaged group of population. So we can see the divide is growing here. And of course, there are policy concerns around the use of ChatGPT and how it is used, and what can be done with this, and how people appropriate ChatGPT and similar tools in their context. So as generative AI tools are increasingly able to automate some of the basic levels of writing and even artwork, they're forcing education policy makers and institutions to reflect upon their long-term implications for creation, acquisition, and validation of knowledge. And it's a challenging landscape for many institutions, including my institution, the Monash University. So we're still yet to see in what direction we're moving. As it has been said in my introduction, my particular interest is teaching English to speakers of other languages, such as migrants or refugees, or teaching English as a foreign language in other settings. And of course, as soon as this technology emerged, I became very interested in how these technologies can be used in English language teaching. And of course, these technologies open a lot of opportunities for language learning because they're based on natural language generation, and they can create text-to-speech, speech-to-text, home languages and target languages, conversations. So as you can see, all these examples, they're very typical for English language learning or any other language learning. And of course, it means tools such as ChatGPT have a lot of potential in this context. So they learn how to respond to users' inquiries based on a vast human language data set, and they can communicate with users meaningfully and continuously, learning from this interaction. So they're improving all the time and act as tireless language learning assistants. So our language learners have a really amazing chance now to engage with technology to improve their language learning proficiency. But again, as it's a very new technology and topic, we don't have a lot of research about ChatGPT. So that's why my colleague and I, several months ago, started a new research project exploring the role of generative AI in English as an additional settings in Australia. And we were mainly interested in two questions. How do teachers use generative AI in adult EL settings? And how do they see the potential for adult learners? And in this presentation, I will provide a few insights from our recent research and findings in relation to those questions. So this research project was a qualitative case study done here in Australia, Victoria. We had a number of research participants, such as AI education experts and adult English language teachers. We only used interviews and collection of some artifacts to talk about people's understanding and uses of generative AI. And in this presentation, I'm going to talk about teachers and their experiences with generative AI. As you can see, we had 8 participants from 2 different settings. One group of teachers was working with adult migrant English program, while another group of teachers were working with English language intensive course for overseas students. But they were all English language teachers. And this presentation will focus on what they actually did with generative AI. So what we found that a lot of teachers in our project actively used generative AI to create resources and materials. And here you can see examples of what they did. This included examples which they used in the classroom, some sentences or essays. They used ChatGPT to explain grammar features. They were able to create the whole sets of learning units. This would be an example. One teacher created a range of activities for a listening comprehension class, where he just uploaded transcript to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT was able to generate many activities that teacher could use. And he said they worked quite well with his students. So they were also using ChatGPT to create tests and simplify text for their language learners, as well as we had one teacher who was using ChatGPT for coding to generate code for Moodle activities. And as you can see from these 2 quotes on the right, people find it a really powerful tool. And our participant Eva said, it's basically like you have a little assistant. So this is how they understood ChatGPT in helping them to create those resources. Teachers also use generative AI to create feedback on students' work. And one of the participants said, Shu, for example, she evaluated students' work, writes 2 sentences, and then uploads her comments into ChatGPT and asks to provide further details. And ChatGPT can make it more specific and more detailed. So in this case, she can provide more extensive and more extended version of the feedback to their students. And she says, of course, it saves a lot of time. Another participant, Andrew, he said he usually had a particular approach to feedback. So he usually provides some acknowledgement of students completing the task, some areas for improvement, and final comments. And he said that he used the same structure and asked ChatGPT to use this structure and provide feedback on students' work. But of course, he knew that it's not perfect. So he said, I usually can make any amendments so that as I can see it fit. So the teacher never used resources created by ChatGPT as they are. They usually, evaluated them and were making amendments. But overall, they said they saved a lot of time by using this technology in their work. Another example was the use of ChatGPT by teachers for what we call self-directed professional learning. So they asked ChatGPT many questions, were doing research on professional courses or asking ChatGPT for some classroom management tips. We had one participant who asked ChatGPT to provide feedback on her lesson. And here is a quote here on the right. So she said that she wrote a lesson plan, uploaded to ChatGPT, and asked to provide feedback. defining what it means a good lesson plan. And ChatGPT would provide feedback saying, okay, this is generally good, but you can improve this or you can do that. So, and this helped teacher to improve her teaching and development of lesson plans. So many teachers were also asking ChatGPT for interesting or creative activities that they could use with students, asking ChatGPT to help them write lesson objectives, or even consulting technology on suitable forms of assessment and activities. And all teachers said that it helped them to build confidence and reassurance. Sometimes they may not get the answer that they would not get a new answer, and it would be still kind of the activities that they knew, but it helped them to understand that they're on the right track, and it's probably the best activity in the current context for a particular group of students or learning aim. We also found that some teachers used ChatGPT with their students in class. Not everyone. I think out of 8, there were only 2 participants who used ChatGPT in class with their students. And here one participant shared what he did with his adult learners. In particular, they were looking at how to write an application, a job application, and a job application letter. And he said that they used ChatGPT to create those examples of letters, and then they used them for discussion. And he said it was interesting because students were able to comment about, cultural differences, about languages as well. And what he said was interesting is that in English, in Australian context, you usually say, I'm so excited to apply for this job, or I'm very happy to apply for this job in your letter. But his students said that in many other contexts, it's not very typical, and they would never say that they would happy to apply for a job. So these cultural differences, help students to understand better how to write such letters in Australian context and be more successful. And Nathan said that using ChatGPT is such a strong way to scaffold. It really is. It's such an interesting way to scaffold. It's just so creative. So he said using ChatGPT in class was amazing. Students liked it. It opened up opportunities for learning and interesting discussion. And he said that he would be interested in using it more and more in future. However, of course, there were some tensions, and one of the issues which emerged in our research is that, of course, we could see that ChatGPT influenced teachers' work, quite often making it effective, yes, but also, changing a little bit the involvement of teachers in what they do. However, teachers said that they often felt their professional competence was judged. So they said that people often were surprised to hear that teacher was using ChatGPT for whatever reasons, and they felt that they were judged and their professional competence was questioned by this. For example, Shu said that she tried to use ChatGPT in class with her students, and students asked a question, and she said, okay, let me use ChatGPT. She projected the screen on a big screen, her laptop, and she typed for examples, and she was using some grammar examples. And then ChatGPT showed some examples so that they can discuss. However, she said what happened next. One of the students complained to the boss after the class. So the student said, oh, the Shu is being lazy. She doesn't want to explain. She uses ChatGPT. So she was quite aware that it became a problem. And she said, since then, I don't use ChatGPT anymore in my class because students complained. Josie and other participants said, I also feel like there is a stigma when a teacher uses ChatGPT. It's, oh, the teacher is not that competent because she uses ChatGPT. And it was interesting to hear that, teachers had this perception they felt that, it's not okay to use ChatGPT. Although, of course, many questioned if it's okay to use Google and YouTube now, why it's not okay to use ChatGPT. So it's a big dilemma. Obviously, we think that it's important to normalize things like this. So the second question explored how the teachers saw the potential of ChatGPT for adult learners in these settings. And all the teachers believe that tools such as ChatGPT hold a lot of potential for language learners. A lot can be done, a lot of things can be learned. And from their perspective, the use of generative AI allows for development a wide range of skills. So, for example, they said that, of course, ChatGPT opens up amazing opportunities for language learning. So students can learn about grammar, they can get feedback on their writing and accuracy, as well as genre and style of writing. Students can use ChatGPT for editing and proofreading their work. It can be used as a language board, which students can ask a question and engage in interaction to practice English skills. There are also tools for pronunciation feedback, not ChatGPT, but other tools, and that was also useful for language learners. Language learners also can get broader knowledge of the topic, and it can be really useful for migrants and refugees who come to Australia and try to understand, new context, new culture, and new settings. And of course, ChatGPT can simplify information or provide explanation and examples of how vocabulary can be used in the context. And Shu here provided an interesting example how some of her students could not say the difference between adjectives ending in ing or ed, for example, interesting or interested. So she said ChatGPT provided several examples, and they were experimenting and playing with technology, trying to get even, two words in the same sentence to understand the meaning of these words. And it worked quite well, so students could understand the difference by the end of this small activity. Several teachers believe that the use of ChatGPT can enhance students' critical and creative thinking. So Andrew said that it's obviously provides space for this critical thinking, especially that we know that, there is bias, there is misinformation. So such text created by ChatGPT can be used for critical thinking, for development of critical thinking. And another participant, Malik, said that ChatGPT allows to show students how to be creative. So he said students often learn how to write essays in using a particular structure, but then ChatGPT can create different versions of the same essay, and it allows students to see that you can still write on the same topic and be creative and come up with new ideas, even if it's the same topic. So that was especially central to the development of creative thinking, as our participants said. Participants also noted that ChatGPT especially useful for language learners because it can provide timely and on-demand feedback, correction, and advice. Sometimes it can be also multilingual in home languages of the students, which helps them understand. And one of the participants said that teachers do not often have time for individual feedback, but ChatGPT can do this. So, and if you put a right prompt, then ChatGPT will not only correct mistakes of the learners, but also can explain the mistakes and explain the grammar and explain in home language. And she said teachers cannot do this. So in this case, ChatGPT becomes a really valuable tool. And another interesting topic which emerged in our discussion is the teachers believe that ChatGPT helps learners to decrease anxiety. And again, if you work in the field of language education, you know that students are often anxious about using language, about speaking in public. So it's a big emotional issue for many language learners. So, but they say with ChatGPT, once they know how to use it, it helps to decrease their anxiety, and they engage communication quite easily and quite comfortably because they understand it's more like an assistant for them. And Shu said that, students, international students in classroom, they often feel uncomfortable asking questions. They try to read teacher's language, body language, to understand if teacher is a little bit, irritated if they ask too many questions. So they're reluctant to ask too many questions, even if they have those questions. But then she says, but ChatGPT is so patient, which means learners can ask as many questions as they want. ChatGPT will never yell at them. ChatGPT will never get angry at them. And it's amazing because obviously they can clarify all the questions that they have. So I'm mindful of time. I think it's almost 30 minutes of my presentation. So I have 4 key points, which are kind of final thoughts which emerge from this research. So the first one, of course, as we can see, teachers were a bit upset that, they are judged when they use ChatGPT. They could not really understand why there is such a stigma. And our research suggests that it's important to normalize the use of generative AI in the educator sector. So it's a similar tool like Google or YouTube, and it's a great tool for educators which should be used. However, of course, teachers need support and opportunities to learn about generative AI. I need to say it was not easy to find participants for this research because not many teachers are familiar with generative AI. So it's really good now if educational institutions and governments provide those opportunities for teachers to learn, because generative AI is here to stay. It will not go away, it will just get better. So it's really good and important to equip our teachers with those skills. We also believe that generative AI and AI more generally should be brought into classrooms. In our research, we saw limited examples of such uses in classrooms, again, because it's such a new thing. But we believe that, again, the use of ChatGPT and similar tools should be promoted in the classrooms, and learners should be given opportunities to learn about these tools. So learners need to be familiarized with relevant AI tools, which can be used for language learning, for different everyday academic and professional tasks, and importantly, AI literacies. So as I've said, generative AI is not going away. We have to prepare both teachers and both learners to live and collaborate with AI in this age. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Katrina Tour, for the engaging and enlightening presentation. Your insights are incredible, valuable, especially in the context of English language teaching, because me myself is a lecturer of English language teaching, so I found it really enlightening for me. I really appreciate this. Then thank you once again for the enriching session. And our next speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Zaleha bin Abdullah, who will deliver her keynote about adaptive learning. Then without further hesitation, please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Zaleha bin Abdullah. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I hope you can hear me, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, lovely. Thank you again, Ibu Rafista Devianti. I extend my warm greetings and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to the respected Rector of University Lampung, the Chair of 5th ICOPE, and the committee that has been working hard, I see, our honorable guests, distinguished participants, and all the ladies and gentlemen gathered here today. I'm pleased to share my presentation, which I have titled Adaptive Learning, Unleashing the Power of Artificial Intelligence. While there may be some overlap with what Dr. Katrina has presented, but I do hope you will find valuable insight from this presentation. And again, let me just share first here my slide presentation. Okay, when I state artificial intelligence, I am referring to the generative artificial intelligence, quite similar to what Dr. Katrina is doing. Since you have already given the definition and all, I shall not touch on that anymore. And we will look into the general field first, yeah? But before I begin my presentation, it is important to declare for ethical consideration that while I have utilized AI to construct this presentation, the ideas and fundamental essence remain original and generated by myself. Therefore, I encourage all participants to direct your attention to the content of this presentation. So this is the level of transparency where we should promote to everyone that we should declare when we use AI software. Right. Now, in this talk, I will cover a range of important topics. Well, we'll begin by exploring the evolution of education and the increasing significance of harnessing AI to create more adaptive learning environments. Following that, I will emphasize the vital role of understanding our new generation, the generation Alpha. Okay, I have two Alphas in the house, by the way. and the importance of educators being attuned to their characteristic and how to engage with them effectively. We will then delve into the concept of future-ready skills, how we can equip our children to thrive in the evolving world. Additionally, I'll discuss the advantages of AI in adaptive learning. The obstacle challenges, I think Dr. Katrina has touched on this as well. It's quite similar, yeah. And the strategies and best practices to overcome these challenges. Lastly, we'll explore beyond AI, what lies ahead in the field of education and technology. So these are the key areas we'll be exploring in today's presentation. Right, the integration of AI has sparked actually both agreement and disagreement in many fields, right, including education. From my perspective as an educational technologist, I firmly believe that embracing AI is not merely an option, but a necessity for progress. So that's my argument, especially when it comes to creating more adaptive learning environment. The challenges of catering to each and every student, particularly in large classroom, have been evident. I think this has been faced by most of us who have to deal with, 30, 40 students in a classroom. We still face that issue. So AI offers the potential to address these challenges, yet we must handle consciously and address ethical consideration. I think it's essential to strike a balance, between technology and a human element. These are the key points I intend to explore during my talk. Let's have a look at the generation Alpha. Okay, why I find it as necessity to embrace AI is because we are dealing with this generation. Based on the statistical report, they were 7.6 million alphas in Malaysia in 2022 last year. And we're expected that 2 billion of them by 2025 globally. They are our future, and they are exposing to AI faster than we think. They're born with all these gadgets. Thanks to the positive influence of AI, Generation Alpha has the potential now to be the most emotionally engaged, creative, and purposeful generation. But of course, they need still our guidance. So as you can see there are research showing that these are the generation with shorter attention spans, and they require more frequent feedback. They need prompt feedback from teachers. And there are certain study shows that, this generation spend excessive screen time, no doubts, right? And therefore, this has caused attention deficit, some depression, bipolar disorder, and so forth, which has been proven by the studies by Barron in 2015. So as a teacher, when we are dealing with this generation, they won't take what you say fully. They will be comparing what you teach and you state to them with Google, Siri, Alexa, okay, all this. And this generation is also known as the decision makers, So they will state that after doing research, then only I will believe what you have stated to me. So it's kind of interesting how they compare. They do comparison a lot since they have all the access to information. Right. To prepare our children for the evolving job landscape, it's crucial to identify the most essential skills to cultivate. So according to the World Economic Forum, as you can see on the screen, these are the top 10 skills for the future. Leveraging AI-powered education can be a valuable tool in helping students acquire these vital skills to thrive in the digital era. So analytical thinking, complex problem solving, these are all important skills. Yet when we have to deal with numbers of students in a classroom, it's pretty difficult for us to assist each and every one of them, and it's pretty difficult for us to focus and giving full commitment in developing their critical thinking, okay, for example. So with AI, I believe, this is possible as teacher can focus on developing the high-end demands like critical thinking and so forth, rather than just focusing on delivering basic information and do clerical works. Right. Preparing students, okay, for tomorrow requires dedicated educators, as I stated just now. So AI enables teachers to focus on complex tasks, while AI can replicate human qualities like communication, emotional connection, creativity, and inspiration. It should be embraced to enhance learning rather than fearing job replacement. I think a lot of people argue that, you know, one day robots, machine will be replacing teacher, but I disagree with this. Okay, I'll share with you why. Okay, so in a way, let's consider AI a solution to reduce our burnout, our issues with, you know, dealing with clerical work, right? So we can focus on more important tasks. Okay, now I think the benefit also has been highlighted by Dr. Katrina just now. So there's a lot of benefit, and we can agree that, you know, with AI, we get to perform personalized learning and offer personalized learning experience to our students. We can make learning more adapting by, you know, improving their learning with mastery materials. Okay, and with all the data driven, we get to do better decision in getting to know them better and suits our teaching strategy to their needs, and many more, as you can see there. However, okay, despite of its many advantages, AI, and to be specific just now, generative AI such as ChatGPT has faced significant criticism. Many have raised concern, especially related to issue like plagiarism. We all are aware of this, okay, and ethics within the academic world, as highlighted in these headlines, as you can see. Undoubtedly, that's the primary concern, and many other issues as well. So these concerns include the exposure and excessive amount of personal information, not just plagiarism, yeah. So the use of tracking system, gathered detailed data, which in turn pose a threat to students' privacy, undermines the autonomy of both students and teachers. So limiting their ability to govern their own lives. So in a way, it affects the privacy of individuals. And in dealing with all these issues, if you look at the UNESCO guidelines, they already come up with some of the best practices and strategies. So how can we address the challenges? As a start, we need to look into educating our students. Okay, that's the most important point. Like just now, Dr. Katrina said, there's a stigma of competency, you know, before we start doing AI, we should educate them properly, the purpose and how we're going to use AI within the learning progress. So it's important to do that first. Without that early explanation, you know, they will somehow tend to have different views on the use of AI, right? And so utilizing plagiarism detection tools, for example, you know, we have Turnitin, but still there's limitation. Turnitin cannot identify AI fully, right? But this should be an ongoing progress, right? We have to also, like I said again, finally, promote, you know, originality, promote assessment quality instead of giving exams, you know, multiple choices exam. We shouldn't be doing that anymore. There should be more quality assessment that measure creativity and critical thinking. So these are some of the best practices. While we talk about the strategies, I think most of us are still dealing with this, still trying to improvise the practice. When it comes to strategy, we include partnering with AI companies. So this is a compulsory, I would say. So like in our university, we have partnered with many industry, including AI. And just recently, we have opened a new faculty of artificial intelligence. Consists of both strong AI and weak AI, right? The strong AI are under the engineering department. Yeah, the weak AI, which relates to generative AI, will be dealing some of it involving education faculty. So Again, when we have partners with AI companies, these will help us with getting our knowledge at par, with the demands in the industry, which is good. So those are other strategies that we should be looking into and practice it ourselves, right? And other than providing training and resources to our educators, that's very important, establish a code of ethics. This is has to do again with the policies and all, guidelines which you need to establish. And a certain university or certain country have different cultural practices. Therefore, you need to include that in the policies as well. And finally, we should maintain ongoing monitoring of the AI implementation. So it is evolving. Therefore, the policies, the guidelines all have to be evolving as well. Now, the essence of my argument is to embrace AI, right, instead of banning it. For instance, teachers should be encouraged to provide meaningful tasks, with the assistance of AI that yield outcomes, contributing to others. So like I said just now, when I mentioned about quality assessment, right, it would be great if you could link that assessment in a meaningful way where you can involve community involvement and show our students that what they're doing is actually making contribution to the community and society. Now, when to utilize AI as a tool, safely, so individuals should first be familiar with its safety aspect, of consulting this flow chart. As you can see there, the flow chart, they need to determine whether the output of AI requires absolute accuracy. If not, AI can be used without concern. If it is just to gain, basic knowledge, basic information, that it is safe to use. However, if precision is crucial, right? For example, like when they write reports, thesis writing, they should only rely on AI when there are experts available to verify the accuracy of its output. So you can actually use this flow chart with your students, ask them first. So is this for what? Is it to produce assignment I'm giving you, which require lots of referencing? Therefore, try not to use ChatGPT so much, for example, yeah? We cannot deny these are just a lot of benefits with ChatGPT. These are just a few ideas for teachers to incorporate, ChatGPT in the classroom, such as providing feedback on students' work, creating lesson plans, offering auto tutoring or coaching, providing quick answer. We have a lot of AI robot these days to just prompt inside our learning management system and answer all the fundamental questions. That's good. And for more information, have a look at the provided link here, that I've showed and shared with you. As for English learning just now, especially, you can use, this is just an example how student can utilize AI to paraphrase, generate ideas, write academic emails, run spell and grammar check, and generate test questions. So they can just have their own test, prompt a question and answer it themselves first before they attend, the actual final examination, for example. Right. Referring to the TPAC, some of you may heard of TPAC, some may not. This is Technological Pedagogical Content Knowledge Framework. It is essential to remember that AI function merely as a tool. It's a tool, It can be any technology, right? And human teachers remain responsible for managing the content and pedagogical aspects. So for those who are not from educational background, pedagogy also refers to the teaching and learning approach or strategies. So you can refer back to this TPAC framework, as you can see, AI or any technology are just part of the learning process, yeah? Now, teachers still need to consider the most effective pedagogy for developing essential skills, like I've mentioned just now. If you plan to develop creativity, critical thinking, or even to improve engagement, there are certain pedagogical approach that will be suitable for that, yeah? So it's just a tool. And in the future, it is predicted that many students entering university, I'm talking about the generation Alpha just now, are already ambitious entrepreneurs. Okay, they seek personalized learning and co-learning with their teachers. They know a lot of things. They just need verification. So teachers must employ suitable pedagogical approaches to meet these demands. Even now, we already are doing that. We have MOOC, ODL, Open Distance Learning Approach, micro-credential learning. So all this really involve the right pedagogical approach. Right, when I say about pedagogical approach, as you can see there, for instance, okay, some of them, as you can see there, are able to facilitate co-learning and personalized learning, okay, providing teachers with the opportunity to be creative and innovative through the use of AI application. So I have tried this, approach myself. I've invented social. So I've combined cognitive and social apprenticeship in using certain technology in improving creativity among my students. So like I said, you can be creative when it comes to pedagogical approach. You may mix and match between them. Okay, I hope I'm already not exceeding the time. Okay. So education needs to go beyond transfer. We should remind ourselves educators again and again, you know, the pedagogical strategy I've recommended are designed to foster a deeper level of learning that goes beyond knowledge transfer from textbook. They encourage learning that goes beyond the basic. So no more transferring information from the teachers, from the textbook to students. And if you want to know more about this, you can watch this TEDx talk by Michael B. Horn. It's quite interesting how he discussed this matter deeper. Right, by integrating those pedagogical strategies with AI application, we can foster more active learning, okay, enabling students to cultivate critical analysis and practical skills development. So teachers get to go beyond transferring basic information. So while, you know, teaching and using certain pedagogy, you can use all these apps. Even Dr. Katrina just now has introduced some of other applications that will be suitable. Okay. Again, when it comes to assessment, by harnessing the power AI and embracing innovative pedagogical strategies like experiential learning. Okay, I think in Indonesia, there's a lot of experiential learning and service learning where KKN is there, who you actually encouraging students to solve real and hard problems. This is good. Okay. But with the, tools like AI, you can do it via online, okay, as well, right. Furthermore, with the deep understanding, so we're talking about 21st century pedagogical strategies that create a safe environment. It's very important to create this safe environment, okay, while you give your student to experiment, learn from failures. This is very important, and be persevere. This is crucial because learning from failures encourages students to see setbacks as opportunities for growth and innovation rather than as obstacles. So we are providing the safe space for them. And like in especially mental health studies, you know, they have found that AI-powered education helps with mental issues, help with anxiety. Dr. Katrina also touched on this just now. That's true. So it's very important to provide that safe space and AI able to assist student in doing so. Okay, I'm giving you an example. Just now, I shared with you a list of pedagogical strategies. Let's say we're using one of the strategy called station rotation, okay? So in this setup, students are grouped into teams, each assigned to different station. As you can see there, the station A, B, C, right? And at one station, they collect research data using ChatGPT and Perplexity.ai. It can be any other application, okay? At another station, they create presentation using Pictory. here's an image generated of slide presentation AI software. And the final station involve a lecture that verifies and elaborate on the insight gathered from ChatGPT. So teacher is there to assist them and to further verify whatever they have found from ChatGPT. So students able to move between this station, fostering an interactive, engaging learning experience. One of the example. So another example using problem-based learning. Okay, in this example, the teacher and students work together with ChatGPT to brainstorm and generate ideas from a real industry project. So industry could always pose a problem for them to solve. After that, students use Canva. Now Canva, there's a lot of AI integration into existing software, Canva, Photoshop, you name it. They're starting to integrate AI into their software. Okay, so you can use Canva to create presentation. They then present their ideas and solution to industry professional. Afterwards, student can reflect on their work and make improvements. So it's a continuous progress I can see there. So this is just some of the element or component from problem-based learning that maybe you can try out. Now, in seeking idea as educators sometimes, oh, I need to change my teaching style or asking what to do. You can actually ask ChatGPT, example, how to conduct my class using AI apps with flipped learning approach. Yeah. So as a teacher, you seek that guidance from ChatGPT on implementing flipped learning. Okay. And ChatGPT can provide suggestion, but okay, however, it's essential to initiate the conversation. You won't get this exact answer from ChatGPT, of course. Yeah, you have to keep on prompting additional questions, for detailed answers. So there's a way of how you communicate with ChatGPT to get idea. When you are communicating with them, you are actually generating ideas and you are developing or exercising your critical thinking in a way. So this is not a direct answer from ChatGPT. However, I have structured them into something which I can use for my classroom, okay, with the flipped learning approach. Now, let's envision the future of education where AI plays a central role and enables various innovative learning methods, including through the metaverse. We've been talking a lot about metaverse these days, and some of the public and private universities, especially in Malaysia, they have been integrating metaverse learning in the learning management systems. Quite interesting. However, AI is not the ultimate technology. There will be more and more new technology coming in, like the brain-computer interfaces. This will help truly with students with disabilities, you see. The thing is, with us being categorized as normal individual, we might not feel the importance so much as how if you compare to those with disabilities. Disabilities refer to physical and non-physical, meaning, they may have problem with visual impairment, hearing, right? And all this, speaking. So they can use AI tools to help them with it. Also for those who have disabilities like bipolar disease, anxiety and all this, it helps them as well. Okay, when I talk about metaverse just now, let me just share with you a video how it would look like in the future. I hope you can see this. Or should I stop this presentation first? Hold on, yeah. Can you see the video?
Not yet. Still your slide. I cannot
Okay,
see your video yet.
hold
I
on.
think you have to stop the slides first, then share the video.
All right, let me just show you here. Okay, how about now?
Yes, now I can see it.
Okay.
So we're gonna have an astrophysicist in the family. Actually, I have to write this paper. Will you help me? Let's take a closer look. What part of the solar system are we talking about? Saturn. You were taking astrophysics, study in the metaverse. Did you know rings are made up of billions of icy particles? Look at this. Ready to do that paper now, right? Yeah. We'll be able to teleport not just to any place, but any time as well. Ancient Rome. Imagine standing on the streets, hearing the sounds, visiting the markets, to get a sense of the rhythm of life over 2,000 years ago. Imagine learning how the forum was built by actually seeing the forum get built right in front of you.
Okay, a bit of introduction on how metaverse have been applied, and some of the universities here already started to apply, like you've said just now, virtual reality, augmented reality into the learning management system. It's rather new, and they are still doing research on that. Okay, back to the slide. Okay, so the future of education is truly limitless. We don't know yet what sort of technology coming in after this, but no matter how advanced technology gets, it's essential to remember that it can never fully replace a human touch. AI is lack of emotion, still lack of emotion, compassion, and complex decision making, you see. So I'm referring to this, okay, where AI, in reality, right, humans are vulnerable and each person experiences vulnerability in a unique manner. Machine lack the capability to identify this personal vulnerability. Therefore, whether we like it or not, in order to humanize digital learning, we must still prioritize trust, presence, awareness, and empathy. So this is still in need, and machines are not being able to do that yet. Yeah. So for the exploration, you can delve into the concept of humanized higher education, where the head, hands, and heart remain significant. So the three essential components that distinguish us as human. So when I talk about head, AI does not have the ability to make a judgment based on empathy and context. When it comes to hands, robots still lacking of sensory and tactile abilities of human hands, while as heart, AI can't form emotional connection, feel empathy, or provide emotional supports in the human ways. So you can refer to this. Some studies has expanded this framework where they integrate spiritual, importance in the heart section. So in conclusion, while AI can enhance adaptive learning, it's essential to remember that they cannot replace human educators. Their effective use depends on a foundation of best practices and strategies, and also appropriate pedagogical approach. This should summarize, what I have presented just now. With that, I thank you for your time. If you need to get in touch with me, those are my information. And while we open for Q&A section after this, perhaps some of you could kindly answer the survey about readiness of embracing AI, because I did this study and I found there are still few educators who disagree with implementing or integrating AI into their teaching and learning. Some of the factors was to do with being afraid of becoming over-relying on AI, and affect their critical thinking skills. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Zaleha, for your great presentation. Your ideas strongly connect to us as educators, teachers, and also the lecturers. This gives me idea how to teach my students using ChatGPT, since I've never done this before. Hopefully later on I can use this. So thank you once again for the enriching session.
Thank you for
We're
listening.
going to move on to the next session, that is question and answer session. To all the participants, both online and offline, if you have questions to the keynote speakers, please, you can share your question on the chat box. I can see that there are some questions on the chat box. I can read it for both of you. And also there is one question from the offline participant. I think I'm going to read the first question from the online, from the chat box. Okay, there are three questions. I'm going to read it one by one. And I think all of the question for both of you. So we want to hear from both of your perspective. So the first question is how to assure people that ChatGPT or other similar artificial intelligence-based application do not bring more harm than good. So that is the first question. So do you want to answer one by one first, or I need to read all of them together? Then you answer the question. So which one do you prefer?
Yeah, let's do one by one, I guess. Probably.
Okay,
it's
one by
better.
one then. So the
Yeah.
first question is how to assure people that ChatGPT or other similar artificial intelligence-based application do not bring more harm than good. So I think Dr. Katrina Tur, you can be the first to answer, then Dr. Zaleha.
Thank you. That's a very good question. I like how audience starts thinking about ethics and like behaviors and actions and words that people do and say once we have this amazing technology here. And I think obviously there are no simple answers to these questions at this stage. But I think that in relation to this question, we need to educate people. We need to educate people. We need to talk about what we now call AI literacy, so that people understand what it is, how it works, and what implications it has for people, what implications it has for societies and communities. So it's a useful tool, but as you say, yes, it can be used also in many inappropriate ways. And I remember an example when ChatGPT just emerged. My child, who is 17, he showed me technologies like, have you seen this? And I said, oh, what's this? And he said, that's new technology. It's kind of, like Google, but much, much better than Google because it gives you an answer straight away. And I say, and what kind of questions can you ask? And I said, you can ask any question. And I say, oh, how about we ask a question, like something about theory I was interested in, and it provided an answer. And then I said, and then he said, but it's interesting that, you can also ask questions which are not appropriate questions, like, about drugs and about violence and about other stuff. And it said, and he said, and you could still get an answer. And I was shocked, and it was January 2023. And I said, like, oh, really? And we tried a few examples. I'm not going to tell you examples now, but they're kind of, like really strange examples. And like, you could get an answer to those questions in January. And I said, wow, that's an interesting thing, because I wonder where it would lead many people to, right? But then obviously there were changes in the policy of ChatGPT. And now if you ask these questions, you won't get an answer. I tried before this presentation, I tried to ask exactly the same question we did in January. And the answer was, sorry, I cannot help you with this question. That was good. So it means we definitely have to educate people about what AI and what can be done with AI and what should be done with AI. But we also have to think about policies. Policies at a higher level and regulations associated with this, and some stuff and some work has been done already in this place. So it's good to see those developments. But I believe there's obviously more space for improvement, more room for improvement.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Katsune, for the answer. Yeah, we know that artificial intelligence is part of our life, so we cannot sue away. So because it's part of our life, so what we can do is only educate the people to do it wisely. Okay, we are waiting for the answer from, or the insight from Dr. Zaleha Abdullah.
Yes, I do agree with Dr. Katrina. Like I've stated in the best practices and strategies just now, the first level that you should look into is to educate, not just the student, our teachers, even parents like yourself, like myself, right? And as well as, it should go top down and bottom up. When you talk about that, again, we need to establish important policy guidelines. And if we have not established that yet, we can always refer to the existing that has been prepared, for example, by UNESCO, you see, just to guide us on how to make sure that there's no harm than good when integrating AI. Having said this, I think we have to somehow establish that, and how to establish that not only by educating our students. You see, this is not one-man show. Okay, this is going to take the whole ecosystem to work together in establishing this. And I would say that we ourselves first must be transparent. And promote that transparency to our students, allow them to state they do use ChatGPT, for example, for what purpose. And here in our university, in producing or writing the thesis, we have already started giving the students forms to fill in declaring whether they have used ChatGPT and for what purpose and so forth, because we can't identify, even using Terin, you can't identify if they have used ChatGPT or not. There are so many AI apps out there, for example, like undetectable.ai. You can always paste from whatever you found in ChatGPT in there, and the other plagiarism software cannot even detect that it's actually plagiarism. So it's getting more and more advanced, and to deal with this, perhaps the first level that we have to do is to promote transparency among us, among the teachers and the students. So I hope that answered the question.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer. Now we're going to move to the second question. Well, actually, there are two questions for both of you as well. So the first question is, did both of you use generative artificial intelligence in your class? How it goes? What is permitted and what is prohibited? And then I see you are implementing artificial intelligence on children in your slides. Is AI suitable for children who are not cognitively perfect yet? Okay.
Maybe I can answer first, Dr. Karina.
Yes, you can do it first.
Right. Thank you for the interesting questions. Yes, I do use AI in my classroom. Like I said, first thing first, AI to me is just a tool. Yeah. Most importantly is the pedagogical approach or strategy. If you're dealing with students from a primary or kindergarten background, you must first know what would be the most suitable pedagogical approach to use with AI. For example, just now when you said children, you cannot be using, for example, case studies or something at higher level. Perhaps, you be able to apply mastery learning approach to these children, for example. So the learning approach really make a difference, on certain different audience. So like my students in the higher education, I will apply approaches like case study, problem-based learning. It depends on what problem are they facing. So if my students are facing, for example, creativity, creative thinking. So I would be applying project-based learning approach with AI for that problem, to solve that problem, because studies have been shown, a lot of study has been shown that project-based learning helps with creativity issues. But if the problem is engagement, I may apply different approach. It's not project-based. I may apply gamification and edutainment approach for it, for example. So in my explanation, I would say that, the AI tool doesn't go by itself. You need to integrate that with certain appropriate learning approaches. And as we are educators, we are also researchers. We get to experiment and further, learn whether those approaches are effective or not. If not, what sort of, improvement should we make for the next class, for example. Thank you.
Okay, maybe Dr. Katrina can also share your opinion.
Definitely. Yes, this semester was the first time when I used generative AI in my own class in Faculty of Education, Monash University. So I basically used it in 3 different ways. The first one, I would probably say that's AI literacy. I had to educate my students about generative AI, how it works, about its advantages, but as well as risks and limitations and issues. And I was surprised to see that a lot of my students were not familiar with generative AI. So they didn't know about it. And for me, it was also a question of equity, because most of the students were international students, while local students are more familiar in Australian context with generative AI. And I could see the difference, so that, like international students didn't have access to technology, so of course they were disadvantaged. For me, it was in a question of equity, so I decided to introduce the tool to them and to educate them about ChatGPT. That was quite interesting. We had a few productive discussions. I've collected some feedback. Students really enjoyed learning about ChatGPT and saw this as a really useful learning tool. I also used ChatGPT for different activities in class, for example, brainstorming. So where students were given a topic and they were asked to brainstorm ideas. And again, that was interesting because they said some of the ideas prompted by ChatGPT went well beyond what they could brainstorm themselves. Let's say they could brainstorm 3 ideas, but then ChatGPT gave them 5. And 2 ideas were absolutely new, they didn't consider. So they said that was useful because, it helped them to see things, to learn a little bit more about the topic. And the next one, I also use ChatGPT as a Socratic partner. So, if you're familiar with Socratic dialogue as an approach to critical thinking, so I've used this idea with ChatGPT when we talk about critical thinking. Students were allowed, or encouraged, I would need to say, to go to ChatGPT and engage in a Socratic dialogue with ChatGPT when they exchange arguments and they challenge and question each other arguments. So it became a dialogue which encouraged them to think critically and then put their response, ChatGPT replies something back, and then again, they have to come up with idea and put back to ChatGPT. That was Socratic dialogue. That was quite effective as well. So these were three ways in which I experimented, and it was pretty successful, I need to say. We also have a policy, a recently developed policy in assessment in terms of the use of ChatGPT. Initially, it was prohibited, but now we have more relaxed policy and we give students options. So in some units, ChatGPT is not allowed to be used in assessments. In some, they have to acknowledge the use, saying at the end of the assignment how they use ChatGPT and provide prompts which they've used and what they did with these prompts. So they can, use, but again, it depends on a particular lecturer, how they see it fit their specific units. And in terms of use of generative AI with children, I need to say that Australia takes an interesting approach. Initially, when it arrived in Victoria, where I live, ChatGPT was banned in all schools, public schools. Private schools created policies and allowed children to use ChatGPT. Now it's a little bit more relaxed again. They kind of, trying to catch up on things. Another state, for example, they design their own tool which is called EduChat. So it's artificial intelligence similar to ChatGPT, but it's specifically designed for school children. So they're designing some companies and they're piloting at the moment if this EduChat application is suitable for younger children. And of course, ChatGPT has age restriction, 13 years old, and it means if teachers want to use it, they have to get parental permission to use ChatGPT. And again, here depends on a particular school or a particular context in which teachers want to use it. But I think, yes, ChatGPT is suitable. And as Zaleha said, it's all about the learning aim, pedagogical approach. And if this technology can complement and enhance pedagogical approach the teacher has in mind for a particular lesson, then why not? I think it will be just beneficial regardless of children's age. But of course, it has to be appropriate, yes, for their age, depending again on the topic and age group.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer, Dr. Katrina Tur and also Dr. Zaleha. We have the last question because the time is already almost up. So I think this is gonna be our last question. This is for Dr. Katrina Tur. This is from Bayu from State University of Jakarta. His question is, how can teachers or lecturers support students in using artificial intelligence as an aid without compromising their academic integrity? Okay, that's
Uh,
yeah.
Yes, thank you. That's a question that we are all now worried about. Yes, we all start thinking what we can do. At this stage, we think that the best way to do this is to modify assessments, which means we cannot use assessments anymore, which we've used in the past. We have to move beyond assessments which ask students to summarize information, because ChatGPT can do an amazing job here. And sometimes there was the research where academics were evaluating summaries written by real people and by ChatGPT, and ChatGPT got a better score. So, I mean, ChatGPT can summarize information really effectively, and it means our assessments have moved beyond this. So we have to probably come up with more creative assessments. What we also do in some units, we try to make assessments more context specific and personalized. For example, we ask students to reflect or discuss their personal experience and use academic literature and theories which we discuss in the unit to explain it. And such tasks are very difficult for ChatGPT to do. So that would be this is our current approach, making assessments more creative and more personalized and context specific, because we know contextual work is not really great in ChatGPT. It's very generic, and if you marked students' assessment, you can probably, as Aleha said, we don't have good tools to detect, but as lecturers we can see, yes, when students use ChatGPT, because it's too generic. This is kind of very easy to notice. So to avoid this, we need to ask students to work on assessments which are very specific to their experiences, to the contexts, and to the specific ideas discussed in units. In this case, that would be a way to discourage them, perhaps, to use ChatGPT and engage in compromise academic integrity in their work.
Well,
Okay, thank you
if
so
I
much.
may add a bit,
Yeah, okay.
yes, correct. The creative quality assessment, this require plenty of trainings even among our educators. You know, it's not easy to produce such quality assessment, and we have somehow to move towards that. I do agree with you. Other than that, also, we need to set clear ethical boundaries and to make sure the students are following that, guidelines and so forth. So that's another thing that we should do as well. If we do not have, perhaps there we should start from there. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much for both of you for the excellent answer. Yeah, assessment is the key. Okay, I hope all of you, all the participants, found this discussion to be engaging and also enlightening, as our keynote have brought diverse perspective and also comprehensive analysis that have certainly enriched our understanding of artificial intelligence. Okay, thank you so much for keynote speakers. I'm looking forward to meeting you, both of you, or working together with you next time in the future. We are going to have a short break before we continue to the second keynote session. All the participants, please remain in the meeting room as we transition into the second session, which will be led by my colleague, Dr. Budi Kadaryanto, MA. Thank you so much and see you on the second session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Zalehat. Thank you, Dr. Katrina. Have a nice day, both of you.
Thank you. Same goes to you. Have a nice weekend.
The second keynote session will be led by Dr. Budi Kadaryanto, MA. For Pak Budi Kadaryanto, you can come in front. Yes, thank you so much.
Excuse me, hello. Do we have Dr. Helen here in the Zoom? I'm sorry, Dr. Helen, you are still muted. All right, Dr. Helen. I'm sorry, you are still in mute.
Okay, so
It's my
can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, very clear. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so we'll start the second session. Earlier, 2 minutes to go. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Need to extend our Lampungese greeting in the conference today. Tabi pun. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for being with us today in the 5th International Conference on Progressive Education, or shortened as the 5th ICOPE on the topic of emerging AI for education and sustainable human development. Today's conference would be our opportunity to share our latest developments and explain how this progress will lead us to our next phase, the next level. We have laid out a roadmap on puts on a solid footing to the whole way through in AI generation. We are now in the second session of the key speech in the conference, and it will feature 3 key speakers ahead before the lunch break. The first will have Dr. Helen R. Filbar from Guimaras State University, Philippines. And we have Professor Dr. E.N. Yayah Hainilah, MBD, from the Faculty of Teacher Training Education, University of Lampung. And the third key speaker would be Professor Dr. Risma Sinaga M.Hum, who is also from Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Lampung. As scheduled on the conference timetable, so it shall start at 11, and it's 11 sharp today here in Indonesia. And the first, we are going to have Dr. Helen R. Filbar for 30 minutes presentation to go. And we'll have another 30 minutes later for 2 key speakers, Professor E.N. and also Professor Risma, and leaving us with 15 minutes question and answers. The first key speaker in the second session would be Dr. Helen. Before inviting her to deliver a speech, let me share her bio first. Dr. Helen R. Filbar, please correct me if my pronunciation is not good or not correct. Pronouncing your name, Dr. Helen. She is a graduate of Bachelor of Arts in Psychology, Master of Arts in Education, major in Social Science, Doctor of Philosophy, majoring in Educational Management, and Doctor of Education and Curriculum and Instruction. So she earned 2 doctoral degrees. And then her experience, former Dean of the College of Art and Science, presently Program Head of the Master of Education, Chair of the Social Science Department, Head of Continuing Professional Development, Assistant Director of International Affairs and External Linkage. Without further ado, me, Budi Kadaryanto, just call me Budi, I would like to invite Dr. Helen to deliver your speech for about 30 minutes to go. The floor and the time is yours now. Please, Dr. Helen.
Okay, selamat pagi. Good morning, everyone. So I will be sharing my presentation. So can you see my presentation?
Not yet, maybe still processing.
Okay. So how about that?
Not yet either.
Not yet?
Yes.
Okay, so for a while. Okay, so for a while.
It's okay, Dr. Helen, take your time. Yes.
Kita ang yellow skirt.
All right, we can now see your screen.
Okay. So, good afternoon once again. Good afternoon here in the Philippines. How about there in Indonesia? Still morning?
Good morning, yeah, still
Okay,
morning.
so selamat pagi everyone. So my presentation is on emerging AI for education and sustainable human development. So my presentation is somewhat similar to those keynote speakers this morning. And well, since with the same theme of this presentation on International Conference on Progressive Education, Emerging AI for Education, I am very pleased and honored to be part of this presentation or international conference. Okay, so with everyone acknowledges the need of developing 21st century education system, this maximizes the potential of every learner. So increasing student engagement and developing 21st century education system that maximizes the potential of every learner. Okay, so there is something wrong with my presentations of a while. I close down. Okay, for a while. Okay, it's something wrong with the presentation.
Shall we help you with the slides? We can try to do it for you from here.
Okay, so is it okay? Can you see me?
It's okay.
Okay, so again, with the challenges that must be addressed to achieve the improvements far outweigh the scope of single approach. So whether educational technology, improve teaching, training, and better school programs for modified school curricula tailored to meet the needs of the 21st century. So, by the way, I would like to congratulate Indonesia for ranking as the rank in Asia as the 247 in artificial intelligence. So good for you, because having this ranking in AI international is a very, shall we say, challenging for us here in the Philippines, which we are ranked in 564 in Asia and 153 in the world. Okay, so education scholars have strived to reach the frontier of optimizing technology for education. So this is an enhancement in student learning. So earlier, based on the discussion of, we have two keynote speakers, AI researchers even recognize this as an opportunity to develop tools and learning materials capable of adapting and tailoring training to the needs of individual learner. So that is why we come up with different pedagogical approach on how to use this AI for our students. So one of the challenges here in the Philippines is, of course, the inaccessibility of AI technologies, which this demonstrates that AI contributes to education and may be more fundamental to, shall we say, what we thought previously, that AI-based learning is just or are not in every school. There are some remote places, for example, here in the Philippines, that there are some schools which in the most remote areas which do not have even internet connectivity. So this remains to be seen as the hindrance for the developing countries to achieve the quality education and to ensure individuals are being honed to become globally competitive. Okay, so the question here is, how can we optimize the potential and availability of these technologies, which we have mentioned this morning by the two speakers, to address the global demand to improve education system, utilizing the ICT resources and placing it in the frontier of the first century vision for change. So the answer to these questions lies in the hands of every educator, researcher, innovator, curriculum developers, and ICT experts, not just as research narrative, just like we are mentioning all of this AI, so on and so forth, but we have to put it into plan of action. Okay, so I will be sharing to you the emerging AI in education in the Philippine perspective. So this is what we call the roadmap and the formation of National Center for AI Resources, or what we call INCARE in the Philippines. So through the National AI Road and the formation of Philippine Center for AI Research, INCARE, the Philippine government demonstrates its commitment to adapting AI technology to strategically steer the academe toward technologically integration in education. So this AI roadmap strategically was developed to help the government and private sector players in the use of AI technologies. So not only for government, not only for the schools, but also for private sectors. So AI technologies and development of AI economies, keeping in mind the potential implications and impacts of algorithms on the process and business. So this is an overarching focus on how this AI may be utilized to help Filipino people, and this increase the productivity of local industries and boost the national economy competitiveness. So the roadmap, this outlined the roadmap implementation of this in care. So this outlines the implementation, infrastructure, and investment, which require to address the 4 critical components. First is digitization and infrastructure. Second, research and development. Third, workforce development. And of course, regulation. So the characteristics listed, this 4, digitization, research, workforce development, and regulation, the characteristics listed are the backup of 7 quantifiable strategic imperatives of 42 strategic tasks, which I have presented in the previous slide. This we have for giving us the clear benchmark for measuring the development of the efforts toward globally competitive of AI economy in the Philippines. So these are the bases. So the establishment of this in care, as what I had mentioned, which would help full-time scientists, research engineers, and this will also serve as the country's nexus to all AI competitives. Because not only in the Philippines, all over the world, not even those are developing and undeveloped countries all over the world. So this in care serve as the country's nexus, as what I had mentioned. Among its objective is to assist micro, small, and medium-sized firms interested in employing computational tools, particularly AI technology. Because as we all know that we are now, most especially in business, we are now competing in terms of production and efficiency. So the plan identifies the initiative not only in economic area, but also in agriculture, industry, and services. So the most significant technologies where AI may have impact are chosen and verified through focus group talks and representative from different areas here in the Philippines, from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Okay, so now, what is the context of artificial intelligence in the Philippines? So here we go. The increasing popularity of AI has already found its way into several disciplines. So this including, of course, education, without doubt, AI. So as what we have the speakers this morning have said, AI is beneficial in education, not only in education, but also in industry, especially when we are going to combine it with highly learning materials and instructions, most especially in the area of education. So, as the Philippine government propelled, as the national government propelled the national AI roadmap that was presented a while ago, and the development of the National Center for Care demonstrate the country's commitment. So what's that commitment for? To adopt AI technology as a strategic directions that anticipated education to modify its courses. So our Department of Education, the Commission on Higher Education, and other agencies are now adopting AI technology as a strategic direction and anticipate to modify courses. Okay, so for example, several universities and colleges here in the Philippines have already begun to implement campus approaches. So for example, the MMSU Smart Campus or the Mariano Marcos University, which received 24 million grant. No? This is a grant from the Commission on Higher Education to improve its information technology infrastructure. So as stated in the in-care roadmap a while ago. So not only this university, but also the University of the Northern Philippines, which has begun to implement also smart campus approaches or smart classroom approaches to improve the quality and accessibility of learning resources for its students. So the smart campuses, technologies using AI has various benefits, including, of course, campus safety, improve user experiences, and personalized learning and living environment for students. So here at Guimaras State University, this is our university where our ICTO, or the Guimaras State University's Information and Communication Technology Office, and our GSU Library have also launched their chatbot system via Facebook Messenger. So this was done to the help of the university's enrollment process, enrollment and different processing, to give students and teachers to access the university's virtual learning resource center. And of course, not only that, this also cater the academic and administrative needs of our institution. So these learning platforms have mentioned a while ago by our two speakers. So these e-learning platforms, the digital pinboards, collaboration tools, lesson planning applications are among the popular digital tools and resources that our instructors and students may utilize in the classroom. So furthermore, Google and other search engines have become popular research tools among both instructors and students. So not only in high school, but of course, as we all know, that our kids, elementary from kindergarten, are already using AI. Okay, so almost 94% of teachers saying that their pupils associate research using this platform. So other digital tools and resources include, of course, we are familiar with the flashcard generators, educational quiz apps like Quizlet, citation generators, plagiarism checkers, copywriting tools, and even virtual assistant. So these digital tools and resources provide a vast amount of information and enable students and teachers to collaborate and work together in a new and innovative ways. So this makes our life easier, as what we could say. And this is also one way of transforming traditional method of teaching and learning. Okay. So AI-powered system maybe assess students' progress, identify their strengths and weaknesses. So this is the power of AI, wherein we can easily assess our students' progress and we can identify their strengths and weaknesses, and we can provide learning materials and activities as easy as we have, that are suited to their learning materials and activities. So this would assist also not only for our students, but also as what the speakers a while ago answered to the question, that this would also assist our instructors the specific requirement, And another thing is, for example, the Grammarly, and as an AI helper, for example, when combined with appropriate tools like teaching materials, this may be utilized in teaching grammar to a higher education. We use this usually of course, in our researches and so on. So such explanations supplied by AIs provides teachers with a strong understanding of what he or she may educate students, while also providing students with knowledge that they can utilize in the future or in upcoming activities. So not only this Google Checker or whatever, another frequent AI tool employed by the student is, of course, to battle plagiarism. So this plagiarism detection is the Killbot, which Dr. Katrina a while ago have mentioned, which is accessible in the market and showcases paraphrasing activity as well as other features to aid authors to produce materials. And this make our life easy, most especially in research. Okay, so here in the Philippines, our Department of Education, through the AI, may also assist teachers and school administrators in decreasing their workloads because of artificial intelligence may be used to automate. Just imagine, that this can automate administrative duties like grading assignments, tracking students' progress, like, and of course, making timetables. This is one of the things that we are using right now, and this would also allow instructors to devote more time to teaching and connecting with students. Most especially during the pandemic, we use this AI for easy access to our students. So the premises were identified as educator goals by the Department of Education that will be used as predictive models, making AI to facilitate data-driven decision-making in schools by providing insights and recommendations based on collated data. Not only that, it is also assisting institutions in making more informed decisions regarding resource allocation, curriculum development, and student support programs. So we come up with a different programs because of using this particular platform. So this time we have to identify, just like what the second speaker mentioned a while ago, what are those challenges and prospects of AI in education? So we have to consider also, just like the first presentation and the second presentation about this privacy problems. No, with the possibilities for AI integration in the Philippines, although integration in the Philippine sectors are good, it is worth noting that the early development is concentrated and deterministic trend is directed toward educational setting. So that's the that is one of the challenges, because the main focus is on toward the educational setting. So still, the privacy is arising. What is the most concerned problem that we have right now? Of course, is the privacy problem, data security, and the potential for increasing the digital gap, which it was mentioned a while ago. But of course, with these challenges and problems, we have to disregard most often, since we are looking for some solutions to this. So what are the solutions to this problem? So Italy was the first Western country to restrict the hoopla around ChatGPT, because of the privacy concerns. And using the privacy, because of this, the user's privacy is at risk. And the rise of AI is, shall we say, something that we cannot predict for developers. So that is one, the privacy concerns. And the second problem is, of course, the big data age. So the big data age undoubtedly needs the ethic fit context to constrain what, how, and we restrict AI. So this was seen in UNESCO's, which it was mentioned also a while ago, the policy on promoting education to have a coordinated policy on ethical problems. So there are ethical norms in place for the use of artificial intelligence now, most especially in schools. So the European Union Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport, and Culture had issued ethical guidelines on the use of artificial intelligence and in data in teaching, learning for educators. Not only that, this also address how AI is used in school to support the teachers and students in their teaching and learning as well. So the research from Michigan State University College of Education also investigated the ethics employing the AI in K-12 education, and of course released a study on the subject in AI and ethics. So another pillar is the principles laid out by the Universitas de Montreal in 2018. So these are the 4 core values. So despite being the game changer because of this AI, the adoption of AI technology can be costly. So in terms of installations, maintenance, and repair, so this is one of the challenges that we are experiencing, especially in the remote places in some other places of the Philippines. And this can make it difficult for some organizations, such as schools, to profit from the AI. So if we're going to use this as a guide for our teaching and learning experiences, in other words, we could not profit from this. While if the government will fund for this, there are some well-funded schools may be able to pay this expenditure more easily, most especially those which I have mentioned a while ago. There are some universities and colleges in the Philippines that the Commission on Higher Education give them a lot of budget.
Dr. Helen.
Yes, sir.
Your time is actually up, but
okay, so this is the last.
You 5 more minutes if you need to speak more, maybe 5 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the last, I still have 3 last slides. Okay, so we shall discuss the AI skills gap. Okay, and of course, how this AI, what's the role of artificial intelligence for human sustainable development? So we will go to the last part. Okay, so as we all know that a sustainable human development, of course, is desired goal to strive for social inclusion. Okay, so what is our main goal? So helping, having this paradigm, having this chart, the socioeconomic growth, emancipatory cultural transformation. So this human-centered approach to development is prevalent shortcoming in modern human development. And one of the primary reasons is a failure to assess the environment. So therefore, combining AI with sustainable human development paradigm can assist social structures in designing better policies. Okay, so this is the last, designing better policies and programs that meet current demands without jeopardizing the future generations owing climate and other concerns. Okay, so the notion of sustainable development extends its scope beyond environmental preservations, since not only the human individual are affected with this, but also our environment. So sustainable human development requires active participation of civil society. And to ensure government accountability in public interest, the utilization of 21st century technology, or the AI, for instance, have the potential to turn the sustainable human development visions into reality. And that is one of the aim that we have to do, as one of the stakeholder of this AI. So establishing linkages between civil society and intergovernmental sectors would streamline the global objective of sustainable human development framework. So that is our very aim of using this social or sustainable human development framework, translating these objectives into policies and these policies into strategic actions. Okay, so AI, my last slide is AI can address some of today's most pressing educational concerns, improve teaching and learning techniques, and accelerate progress toward achieving SDGs. However, fast technological advancement often carry with them a slew of hazards and concerns that have far surpassed policy discussion and regulatory structures. Okay, so with this, the 21st century vision for educational change, students will need to work in a future when AI is the reality for all. And it is critical that our educational institutions maximizes their technological and human resources to provide students with the skills and competencies necessary to be abreast with the fast-paced technological and social advancement. Thank you and good afternoon.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Helen. Good afternoon in Philippines and good noon here in Indonesia, in Lampung.
Okay.
It was a very interesting and insightful presentation on the AI things in Philippines. And then we can see that as a neighboring country between Indonesia and also Philippines, so we can share a lot how AI can be utilized in improving our educations. Especially the one that was very interesting is on the data-driven decision, which has already been started by utilized by the governments there in Philippines. Maybe there are also more insightful and also, let's say, very interesting issues that participants might be interesting to explore further. Please keep your questions for later, and we'll have discussions afterward. And we would like to invite the second key speaker first in this second session of the conference. We would like to invite Professor Dr. E.N. Hainila, MPD, and also panel together. Okay, and also Professor Dr. Risma Margareta Sinaga. Both of them are full professors in the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. And they would be also sharing some thoughts and ideas about how AI have been utilized in Indonesia, in our context, especially, And luckily, we have both of them speaking in front of us in offline way. Welcome, Professor E.N. and Professor Risma. Okay, so without further ado, let me try to read Professor E.N.'s short bio. So she is a full professor. Her complete full name is Professor Dr. E.N. Y. Hainila, MPD, full professors. And then the courses she's teaching is in curriculum and learning, assessment, and then integrated learning, learning theories, and also curriculum development. She earned her study from bachelor degree until doctoral degree in University of Education, Indonesian University of Education in Bandung, and then for bachelor degree and also master degree, and also for her doctoral degree. Right. Professor E.N., are you ready for the presentations? All right. Okay, so you have 15 minutes for Professor E.N., and then also Professor Risma would be 15 minutes after that. And Without further ado, please, times and also on the floor is yours to deliver your speech.
Thank you, Pak Budi. Izin saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Oke, karena di Undang-Undang Nomor 24 Tahun 2009 Pasal 32 bahwa bahasa Indonesia wajib digunakan di forum nasional maupun internasional di Indonesia. Oke, saya taat aturan ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Izin Prof, saya duluan. Oke, tema yang akan kita diskusikan di sesi berikutnya adalah artificial intelligence untuk pengembangan manusia berkelanjutan dari sisi kajian pedagogik. Jika kita menelisik perkembangan teknologi sampai datangnya hiruk-pikuk teknologi hari ini, maka bisa kita cermati mulai dari prasejarah yang saat itu komunikasi dilakukan melalui sejumlah informasi-informasi yang ditempelkan di dinding gua. Selanjutnya di masa sejarah muncul huruf hieroglif di bangsa Mesir kuno, dan hari ini ke depan akan sangat diwarnai oleh hiruk-pikuknya teknologi. Pedagogik mencermati itu untuk mengantisipasi punahnya tugas manusia di sisi pendidikan. Oke. Pada saat tahun 1957, kita kenal dengan teaching mesin. Saat itu, mesin yang digunakan dalam pembelajaran bisa menjawab sejumlah pertanyaan, yang pertanyaan itu bersifat konvergen, hanya ya dan tidak. Kemudian di tahun 97 muncul artificial general intelligence yang bisa membuat naskah, puisi, lagu, dan gambar. Dan di tahun 2002 muncul ChatGPT yang bisa menjawab semua soal. Tapi masih ada kekurangan terkait dengan belum bisa menjawab persoalan. Nah, di situ ada peluang pedagogik untuk berkembang berdampingan dengan teknologi. Dan diprediksi tahun 2020-2040 akan muncul artificial super inteligensi yang bukan hanya bisa berpikir hebat tapi juga berperasaan. And then what next dengan manusia? Bagaimana peran manusia ketika robot sudah bukan hanya cerdas IQ-nya tapi juga berperasaan? Nah, kita akan menyuguhkan bagaimana mendidik manusia dari sisi karakter, value yang didampingkan atau disandingkan dengan digital pedagogik. Di era revolusi industri 5.0, tentu secara otomatis akan mengubah cara berpikir tentang pendidikan. Yang semula transfer of knowledge, maka sekarang harus bisa mengembangkan bagaimana kecakapan hidup, bagaimana berpikir kritis, bagaimana berkolaborasi, dan ini menjadi target capaian yang tidak mungkin akan surut, bahkan akan makin berkembang. Bagaimana orang hebat tidak lagi punya banyak pengetahuan, tapi punya kemampuan berkolaborasi dengan beragam keterampilan berpikir, dengan kecerdasan berkreativitas, dan tentu terjadi di belahan dunia manapun. Oleh karena itu, target pedagogi sekarang bukan hanya mendidik anak di zaman sekarang, di sini, tapi juga untuk ke depan dan dimanapun. Nah, ketika kita mengintip tentang konsep revolusi industri yang penekanannya ada pada Internet of Things, terkait dengan cara hidup, bekerja, berinteraksi, dan sebagainya, ini menjadi muatan serius yang harus disikapi oleh pedagogi. Karena ternyata peran manusia sudah semakin berkurang dan dimungkinkan berkurangnya ini di tahun 2020 akan hilang pekerjaan juru tulis, sales retail, administrator, dan kasir. Dan jelas sekarang pun sudah semakin berkurang yang membutuhkan keterampilan-keterampilan dari sebuah pekerjaan yang menuntut hal-hal tersebut. Jadi tentang pengacara, sopir, analisis keuangan, koki, tenaga kesehatan, buruh itu bisa diwakilkan oleh robot. Katanya di tahun 2030. Nah, oleh karena itu, kecakapan yang diperlukan untuk abad 21 lebih didasari oleh bagaimana mendidik anak untuk utamanya di literasi dasar, karena dengan literasi dasar, maka banyak hal yang bisa ditaklukkan. Ketika kita langsung ke keterampilan berbahasa, tapi tidak diawali dengan memupuk minat baca, maka bangsa Indonesia terpuruk karena kurang memiliki kemauan untuk menaklukkan ilmu. Ini aja persoalan. Kemudian yang kedua adalah tentang kompetensi dan karakter. Artinya pada saat kita ada dan hidup di hiruk pikuk abad teknologi, maka karakter harus semakin dikuatkan oleh digital pedagogi. Nah, kita lihat perbandingan antara 10 keterampilan yang diperlukan di tahun 2015, 2020, dan nanti di tahun 2030. Kita bisa menganalisis bahwa dari tahun 2015 masih ada sejumlah keterampilan yang masih bertahan di sana, tapi begitu tahun 2020 banyak yang sudah tereduksi. Dan pada akhirnya di tahun 2030 yang paling banyak diperlukan terkait dengan programming, artificial intelligence, kemudian desain digital, manajer project, digital marketing, media sosial, dan data science serta analisis data. Nah, kalau pedagogik tidak menjadikan itu sebagai muara dari hasil pendidikan, maka tentu anak didik kita hanya akan menjadi pengangguran dan tergilas oleh teknologi, bukan sebagai subjek dari teknologi. Nah, ini menjadi target pendidikan di abad sekarang, tentu menjadi PR bersama kita yang hari ini mempersiapkan mereka untuk menjadi penakluk pengetahuan teknologi di abad mendatang. Nah, tantangan itu terangkum dalam 3 hal. Yang pertama, searching for new meaning of pedagogy, kemudian transition dari tugas guru gitu yang semula menjadi pusat sumber belajar harus lebih dinamik, fungsional, engage, produktif, dan contributing. Dan yang ketiga adalah terjadinya pertumbuhan yang sangat cepat, dan ini akan menghasilkan para lulusan yang growth mindset-nya. Jadi bukan yang fixed mindset. Hanya dengan cara itu kita akan bisa menyiapkan generasi ini untuk laku di pasaran dalam tanda kutip. Nah, kalau kita lihat dari petanya pedagogik, dari era klasikal, kontemporer sampai dengan era yang lebih maju ke depan, kita lihat dari 3 hal secara filosofis, ontologinya, epistemologi, dan aksiologinya. Untuk di zaman klasikal, tentu pemahaman-pemahaman dari tokoh Socrates, Plato, Aristoteles, Descartes ini masih mendominasi kemampuan-kemampuan peserta didik yang laku di zamannya saat itu. Dan epistemologinya dengan progressivism, perfeksionisme, pragmatisme, eksistensial, sampai dengan restoring. Kemudian yang aksiologinya atau nilainya, pemanfaatannya terkait dengan survival, harmoni, dan moral praktis. Dan di zaman kontemporer ternyata ada perubahan yang begitu sangat cepat karena terkait dengan baik ontologi, epistemologi maupun aksiologinya betul-betul ada jumping, ada lompatan-lompatan, apalagi di zaman kedepannya gitu ya. Kita bisa melihat di situ bagaimana kreativitas sangat dipentingkan, value, kemudian sampai dengan bagaimana beradaptasi pada teknologi yang hiruk pikuk saat ini. Oke, kita lihat tantangan pedagogik secara konseptual pada saat kita di sekitar sekolah, di sekitar rumah, di sekitar dunia pendidikan manapun kita berada, terdapat sejumlah sumber belajar, alat-alat belajar, media-media belajar, dan ini menjadi tantangan untuk proses belajar, maka jangan lupa outcomes of learning-nya harus bermuara pada literasi dasar, kompetensi, dan karakter. Itu yang harus menjadi muara pendidikan di abad ini dan ke depan. Oke, kalau di digital teknologi saat ini orientasinya adalah pembelajaran berbantuan IT, maka sebetulnya baru sampai pada tahap transfer of knowledge, belum transfer of value. Nah, yang dipentingkan ke depan adalah digital learning ini harus bermuara pada atau mengutamakan transfer of value. Mengapa? Karena transfer of knowledge banyak atau bisa didapat bukan hanya dari guru. Nah, oleh karena itu tuntutan guru di abad digital pedagogi ini yang pertama tentang educational competence, teaching holistic, competence in future strategies, kemudian competence in globalization, di mana diperlukan kolaboratif, kreatif, siap mengambil resiko, memiliki kapasitas dalam memecahkan masalah, dan growth mindset yang sangat dibutuhkan, yaitu critical digital pedagogi dan adaptive with teknologi. Nah, dengan tantangan semacam itu, maka target capaian yang harus diwujudkan harus ditarik lebih awal untuk dijadikan program atau desain pembelajarannya. Sehingga apa yang kita lakukan hari ini, yang kita rancang hari ini berorientasi pada futuristik atau ke depannya. Nah, itu barangkali selintas hadirin yang bisa saya sampaikan. Jadi kesimpulannya bahwa orientasi akhir dari digital pedagogi di tengah disrupsi teknologi ini harus menghasilkan literasi dasar, kompetensi, dan karakter sebagai pengejawantahan untuk menaklukkan teknologi di abad-abad ke depan. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you, Prof. EN, and I will set the next session to Professor Risma. Maybe before Professor Risma start the speech, I'd like to share her short bio first. She is a full professor in Faculty of Teaching and Education, University of Lampung, and then she earned her degree from bachelor degree was in Medan, and then master degree in Gajah Mada, and also for doctoral degree in University of Indonesia, majoring in anthropology. So without further ado, Professor Risma, time is yours. You can speak in both Indonesia or English, up to you.
Selamat siang, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Tabi pun. Terima kasih buat Bapak Moderator, sama seperti yang disampaikan oleh Prof. EN tadi, bahwa kita menghargai budaya kita dan berbahasa Indonesia, gitu ya Bu EN. Saya akan mencoba melihat tema kita pada siang hari ini melalui satu subtema kecil yang saya berikan, yaitu transformasi budaya, masa depan pendidikan, dan kehadirnya teknologi artificial intelligence. Untuk sampai kepada materi kita pada hari ini, saya mencoba mengambil dari satu tokoh sosiologi, yaitu Emil Durkheim, yang mencoba untuk melihat bagaimana transformasi budaya yang di dalamnya ada unsur perubahan itu dalam masyarakat modern. Dikatakan bahwa dalam masyarakat modern, teknologi dan spesialisasi itu berperan penting dalam memenuhi kebutuhan fungsional masyarakat. Oleh karena itu, teknologi itu menjadi penting untuk memastikan keberlangsungan masyarakat. Nah, oleh karena itu di dalam konteks ini, transformasi budaya itu bisa kita anggap, kalau kita mau masuk ke konteks budaya, bahwa budaya itu dan kehidupan sosial itu merupakan satu partikel yang menjadi satu, kesatuan dan saling mengikat. Artinya unsur-unsur budaya yang kita kenal bersama itu merupakan partikel-partikel yang terintegrasi satu dengan yang lainnya. Oleh karena itu, budaya itu dengan sangat setia ya mengawal bagaimana perkembangan peradaban manusia. Oleh karena itu kalau merujuk kepada pendapat Goethe, salah seorang ahli antropolog, dikatakan budaya merupakan pola pengertian atau makna yang terjalin secara menyeluruh yang di dalamnya terdapat simbol-simbol yang ditransisikan secara historis. Dalam proses transformasi budaya ini jelas ada transisi nilai, ada transisi perilaku, ya. Oleh karena itu, jika merujuk kepada pendapat Goethe, kita bisa menafsirkan bahwa budaya adalah hasil dari karya manusia yang diperoleh dari hasil pengembangan kehidupan sosialnya, kemudian diwariskan kepada generasi berikutnya. Itu adalah konsep pemaknaan budaya jika merujuk kepada konsep Goethe. Oleh karena itu, kita melihat belakangan ini budaya pendidikan telah mengalami perubahan yang sangat pesat seiring waktu, sehingga konsep pendidikan itu sendiri pun berubah dari konsep pendidikan yang tradisional dan era digital itu mengubah cara kita belajar dan mengubah cara guru mengajar. Oleh karena itu, apakah perubahan budaya dengan pengadopsian teknologi itu menjadi relevan dan penting? Nah, ini adalah pertanyaan yang harus kita renungkan bersama. Berdasarkan beberapa teori-teori yang kita lihat, kemudian fakta-fakta empirik tentang generasi milenial sekarang, bahwa dilihat seperti ini, mengapa penting sekali perubahan budaya dalam pendidikan? Yang pertama adalah bahwa generasi milenial melihat informasi beserta perangkat-perangkatnya itu adalah sebagai bagian yang selalu dekat dengan kehidupannya. Kita bisa melihat mulai dari anak-anak sampai dewasa sekarang sudah menganggap bahwa perangkat-perangkat teknologi itu sudah menjadi bagian di dalam kehidupan. Kemudian generasi milenial ini juga melihat bahwa interaksi dan komunikasi antar budaya yang tanpa sekat itu membawa perubahan mendasar pada sikap, pada nilai hidup maupun cara pandang. Oleh karena itu, bagi generasi milenial ini sendiri, pentingnya pendidikan sekarang yang berorientasi pada penguasaan iptek agar mampu bersaing di tengah era globalisasi. Dan itu kemudian diperkuat oleh undang-undang kita, yaitu Undang-Undang RI nomor 20, tentang bagaimana sebenarnya pendidikan nasional itu haruslah tanggap terhadap perubahan. Jadi di dalam Undang-Undang kita nomor 20 sudah jelas dikatakan bahwa pendidikan itu harus tanggap terhadap perubahan. Dan ini yang menjadi concern kita sekarang khususnya pada webinar kita kali ini, pada seminar ICOPE kita kali ini, bagaimana tanggap terhadap tuntutan perubahan. Oleh karena itu, saya mencoba melihat bagaimana perubahan itu dilihat dari perspektif budaya. Apa kata kebudayaan tentang perubahan-perubahan sebagai hasil dari perilaku manusia? Bahwa budaya itu diciptakan oleh siapa? Diciptakan manusia atau masyarakat tertentu. Budaya itu selain diciptakan oleh masyarakat manusia merupakan hasil dari perilaku, ya, hasil dari budidaya manusia. Yang berikutnya, budaya itu ditransmisikan dari generasi ke generasi melalui belajar ataupun melalui pengalaman. Dan yang terakhir adalah bahwa kebudayaan itu bersifat dinamis dan adaptif. Inilah yang menjadi topik penting di dalam transformasi budaya. Kalau merujuk kepada 3 atau 4 atau 5 dari kenapa manusia memerlukan perubahan-perubahan di dalam budaya, ini sebagai salah satu bentuk dari challenge and response yang sudah sangat kita kenal, yang dikumandangkan oleh Arnold Toynbee, bahwa di setiap tantangan pasti ada respon. Nah, budaya itu muncul juga karena ada tantangan dan ada respon. Munculnya teknologi AI ini juga karena ada tantangan dan ada respon. Kemudian pembudayaan pendidikan itu juga sebenarnya bisa Kemudian kita dapat juga mengatakan bahwa pendidikan itu adalah sebagai proses pembudayaan. Di dalam proses pembudayaan ini ada 3 hal penting yang saling berintegrasi satu dengan yang lain, yaitu pendidikan, kemudian kebudayaan, dan manusia. Sehingga kita boleh katakan tidak ada pendidikan yang tidak dimasuki oleh unsur budaya. Tidak ada pendidikan yang tidak dimasuki oleh unsur budaya. Kenapa? Karena pendidikan itu bersifat reflektif. Pendidikan itu juga bersifat progresif. Pendidikan sebagai bersifat reflektif karena pendidikan merupakan proses transfer kebudayaan dan cermin nilai-nilai kebudayaan. Sementara pendidikan bersifat progresif karena pendidikan itu juga mengikuti arus zaman, selalu mengalami perubahan dan perkembangan sesuai tuntutan zamannya. Oleh karena itu, dalam mengembangkan kebudayaannya, maka di sini ada beberapa peran pendidikan. Yang pertama adalah pendidikan sebagai sebuah originasi. Kedua, pendidikan sebagai proses difusi. Dan yang ketiga, pendidikan sebagai reinterpretasi. Pada tahapan originasi, pendidikan itu selalu memperbaharui sistemnya. Karena apa? Karena kita ingin mengubah sesuatu yang lama menjadi sesuatu yang baru dengan adanya inovasi-inovasi di dalam pendidikan. Yang kedua, ada difusi tadi, pembentukan kebudayaan baru. Kebudayaan baru di dalam sistem proses belajar mengajar. Nah, ini juga menuntut kita untuk selalu beradaptasi yang dengan sendirinya proses transformasi budaya itu juga berlangsung di dalam belajar mengajar. Yang terakhir adalah reinterpretasi, yaitu kita memodifikasi elemen-elemen kebudayaan agar sesuai zamannya. Pada prinsipnya, sistem pedagogi yang sekarang terjadi itu tidak banyak mengalami perubahan, tetapi dia dimodifikasi agar sesuai dengan zamannya. Misalnya, kita mengenal pembelajaran berdiferensiasi. Sebenarnya itu sudah lama ada, tapi kita ubah, kita modifikasi dengan teknik dan model-model pembelajaran yang bisa membantu siswa, membantu guru untuk melaksanakan proses pembelajaran berdiferensiasi. Kalau begitu, apakah penting ya transformasi budaya? Apakah transformasi budaya itu? Nah, melihat pada konteks itu, transformasi budaya ini penting karena dianggap sebagai salah satu cara untuk mencapai masa depan yang lebih baik melalui adaptasi. Kemudian, manusia di dalam kehidupannya itu selalu menuntut adanya transformasi karena sifat manusia adalah proses pencapaian dan proses belajar yang tanpa akhir, long life learners. Berikutnya, transfer pengetahuan karena mencakup proses pengalihan kompetensi ke generasi berikutnya. Oleh karena itu, proses transformasi budaya jika dilihat dari perspektif sosiohistoris ini penting. Kenapa? Karena pada dasarnya beratnya manusia itu tunduk pada berlalunya waktu. Dan kemudian manusia itu juga memberi bentuk dan makna pada waktu yang berlalu. Perubahan atau evolusi secara sederhana itu bisa kita gambarkan sebagai sifat-sifat yang tidak baik kita hilangkan. Sifat-sifat yang baik kita kembangkan. Itu adalah perubahan secara sederhana. Jadi kalau di dalam sistem pendidikan, mana yang kurang baik, itu pasti dia akan mengalami tidak dikembangkan dengan baik. Tetapi mana sistem-sistem yang kemudian itu bisa dimodifikasi, dia akan tetap dipakai dan terus berkelanjutan. Oleh karena itu, secara evolusi juga di dalam pendidikan, strategi pengajaran dan teknologi yang efektif akan dipertahankan, sedangkan yang kurang efektif itu akan ditinggalkan. Di sini kita melihat beberapa hal yang menunjukkan bagaimana transformasi budaya itu dimulai dari zaman prasejarah sampai sekarang. Bagaimana kita mengenal dari masyarakat hunting and gathering, kemudian sampai kepada masyarakat modern sekarang, ini adalah transformasi budaya. Kemudian demikian juga transformasi sumber informasi. Kita mengenal oral tradition, bahwa kebiasaan banyak sekali pembelajaran itu dilakukan melalui tradisi lisan sampai sekarang kita mengenal artificial intelligence, jadi melalui tahap-tahap di dalam proses perubahan. Demikian juga dengan transfer teknologi dari teknologi yang sederhana sampai ke virtual reality. Nah, sehingga kalau dilihat dari transformasi budaya dalam lensa antropologi pendidikan, bahwa budaya itu berperan penting dalam menginterpretasikan perubahan, karena perubahan itu dipahami oleh masyarakat dalam konteks budaya mereka. Apakah perubahan menakutkan? Selama ini di medsos, kita selalu disodorkan data-data tentang bagaimana AI itu menakutkan, ya. Ternyata kalau kita melihat kepada transformasi budaya, perubahan apakah menakutkan? Jawabnya tentu tidak, karena perubahan adalah sebuah keniscayaan dan teknologi adalah buatan manusia, produk manusia yang digunakan untuk membantu memenuhi kebutuhan hidupnya, termasuk AI. Sedikit lagi. Oleh karena itu, kalau dilihat dari pergerakan perubahan, kita bisa melihat bagaimana perubahan pada budaya generasi AI dilihat dari 3 term. Pertama, definisi pergerakan perubahan, kondisi pergerakan perubahan, dan peran pendidikan dalam melihat gerak perubahan. Kemudian ini adalah konsep adaptasi digital dalam pendidikan yang dilihat dari 3 aspek, bahwa adaptasi dalam pendidikan di bidang digital dilihat dari aspek aksesibilitas, kemudian pembelajaran interaktif, dan pembelajaran yang bersifat adaptif. Sehingga konsep challenge and response yang dikumandangkan oleh Toynbee tadi itu masuk di dalam teori ini, bahwa tantangan dari AI perlu adaptasi guru, siswa, dan semua kebijakan yang bernaung di dalam ini. Kemudian responnya apa? Peluangnya apa? Artinya ada berubahnya paradigma pendidikan termasuk adaptasi pembelajaran, adaptasi analisis data, dan adaptasi interaksi manusia dan teknologi. Berikutnya adalah di dalam melihat perkembangan teknologi yang demikian pesat, apakah tidak terjadi distorsi nilai? Memang dikhawatirkan ada distorsi nilai karena perubahan-perubahan teknologi. Nah, sebagai makhluk yang berbudaya, maka perlu ada antisipasi distorsi nilai budaya di dalam pendidikan dan pembelajaran. Banyak di sini aspek-aspeknya yang kita lihat, yang kita bisa baca dalam banyak artikel, bahwa dicurigai atau ditengarai bahwa distorsi itu bisa membuat menjadi lebih individual, kemudian tidak membentuk karakter, kuantitatif lebih dominan, fokus pada hasil, bukan pada proses, dan lain-lain. Ini antisipasi Oleh karena itu, bagaimana sistem pendidikan pedagogik kita ini sudah mengantisipasi supaya distorsi nilai budaya dalam pendidikan dan pembelajaran ini bisa dieliminir. Berikutnya adalah melihat beberapa kondisi-kondisi ketakutan akan perubahan bahwa ternyata teknologi itu hanyalah sebagai tool. Jadi teknologi AI dapat kita gunakan sebagai tool, alat bantu. Jadi bukan menjadi hal yang utama. Kenapa? Karena di dalam perkembangan teknologi peran guru tidak tergantikan. Ya, saya membaca dalam satu media pada hari ini bahwa di Inggris peran kepala sekolah sudah digantikan oleh AI. Tapi ternyata peran guru itu masih belum tergantikan, terutama khusus untuk soft skill guru. Tadi beberapa narasumber sudah menyampaikan materi-materi yang berkaitan dengan implikasi di dalam pembelajaran bahwa secara implikatif AI itu bisa digunakan sebagai mentor virtual, voice assistant, smart content, dan presentation translator. Oleh karena itu saya ingin melihat bagaimana mewujudkan pembangunan manusia yang berkelanjutan itu, karena pendidikan adalah faktor kunci untuk mengukur pembangunan manusia dilihat dari beberapa aspek, yaitu akses, kemudian melek huruf, partisipasi sekolah, tingkat kelulusan maupun kualitas pendidikan. Dan sebagai akhir dari materi saya tentang transformasi budaya, melihat bagaimana hadirnya teknologi AI ya dengan mengantisipasi bagaimana pendidikan ke depannya, kita bisa simpulkan bahwa transformasi budaya dalam pendidikan adalah keniscayaan. Yang kedua, individu beradaptasi dengan perkembangan budaya dan teknologi. Teknologi harusnya membantu guru agar pembelajaran itu lebih efektif dan dapat disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan individu. Dan yang terakhir, bahwa AI, teknologi adalah mitra masa depan. Jadi bukan musuh masa depan, tetapi mitra masa depan. Barangkali mungkin itu yang bisa saya simpulkan dari materi saya pada hari ini. Mudah-mudahan bisa menjadi renungan bahwa perubahan adalah sebuah keniscayaan dan mau tidak mau kita harus siap dengan segala konsekuensinya ditimbulkannya. Dan dalam sistem pendidikan bahwa tuntutan perubahan adalah kita harus mampu beradaptasi dengan semua hal yang berkaitan dengan perubahan-perubahan budaya dan transformasi budaya. Barangkali mungkin itu dari saya. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera, dan tabi pun.
Ya pun, baik. Terima kasih banyak Profesor Risma dan Profesor EN ya. So, thanks a lot ya to Profesor Risma and Profesor EN for the very insightful and informative presentation ya. Sangat padat tadi informasi, especially when we have to connect three things between let's say from the time span, the history development of AI itself, yeah, that was explained a lot by Professor EN, and up to know to the recent development of AI and how it is philosophically have to be adopted in our current education. And also the way how it was connected with culture and then in real teaching and in classroom, and how can we transform that, the one that was explained by Professor Risma. Okay, so in the second session we have three key speakers, and then Dr. Helen has already been with us, sudah bersama kita Dr. Helen juga. Now I would like, we still have maybe very short time, but I'm going to be very quick ya. So pertanyaan pertama, the first questions from Professor Risma, from Anissa Nopendia ya. The question is addressed to Professor Risma, untuk Professor Risma. bagaimana kita membawa transformasi budaya dalam proses pembelajaran di era modern yang sudah dituntut dengan adanya AI. So I will read all the question first, and then after that we will give the let's say give time to each key speakers to answer. Ya, akan saya bacakan semua dulu. Kemudian yang kedua, the question is addressed to Dr. Helen. How from Khairunisa, how will AI overcome its weakness, such as lack of emotion, to handle students' need? Will it be eventually be able to replace human teacher entirely? That was the questions for Dr. Helen. And then the third questions, pertanyaan ketiga dari Bapak Rian Hidayatullah. Ada dua pertanyaan. Pertanyaan yang pertama untuk Profesor EN. Digital learning harus mengedepankan transfer of value. Nah, bagaimana value bisa dicapai tanpa pertemuan fisik? Kemudian pertanyaan yang kedua untuk Profesor Risma, konsep long life learning ini berkaitan dengan perilaku masyarakat modern dalam mengakses informasi, minim editorialisasi, hingga penggunaan AI, ChatGPT, misalnya, apakah kita tetap berpegang pada kebiasaan baru menggunakan AI, sedangkan kita banyak melihat banyak level kognitif dilewatkan, misalnya remembering ya. Sekarang banyak anak-anak malas mengingat karena mereka merasa bisa langsung cek Google, tanya ChatGPT, apakah perlu ada taksonomi khusus lagi yang berkaitan dengan digital pedagoginya. Baik, we start from the first question, kita mulai dari pertanyaan pertama tadi untuk Profesor Risma, mau dijawab dulu sekaligus atau mau langsung? Ya, langsung ya.
Oke, terima kasih untuk pertanyaannya, yaitu dari Anissa Nopendia, barangkali begitu.
Ya.
Nah, ini pertanyaannya barangkali sebenarnya tadi sudah dijawab di dalam presentasi ya. Bagaimana kita membawa transformasi budaya dalam proses pembelajaran di era modern yang sudah dituntut dengan adanya AI ya. Nah, yang pertama sebenarnya yang perlu kita lakukan di dalam proses pembelajaran bahwa kita harus mengubah cara pandang kita dulu tentang proses belajar mengajar. Mengubah cara pandang. Tadi dia dikatakan bahwa dalam konteks perubahan teknologi tentu juga menuntut adanya perubahan paradigma belajar. Oleh karena itu, membawa transformasi budaya dalam pembelajaran adalah kita harus mempertimbangkan banyak hal. Ya, mempertimbangkan banyak hal sehingga tuntutan-tuntutan dengan adanya AI ini bisa diakomodir oleh guru di dalam kelas. Guru adalah pribadi yang unik. Guru itu memiliki soft skill dan hard skill yang unik yang bisa membawa perubahan ke dalam kelas. Jadi kalau ditanya bagaimana kita membawa transformasi budaya ke dalam kelas, tentu yang pertama-tama kita harus menetapkan dulu sebenarnya apa nilai inti dari yang harus kita lakukan di dalam proses belajar mengajar. Yang pertama adalah tentang nilai. Nilai-nilai yang penting dalam transformasi budaya. Perubahan teknologi AI itu ada perubahan nilai. Tentu yang pertama ada etika bagaimana menggunakan AI. Nah, transformasinya itu adalah masuk di dalam nilai. Kedua, ada etika di dalam menggunakan artificial intelligence. Nah, kemudian kita bisa mengembangkan gagasan-gagasan kita yang bersumber dari AI. Bisa saja. Takutnya sebenarnya justru guru yang belum memahami bagaimana kita menggunakan AI dengan baik. Tetapi sebagaimana dikatakan bagaimana kita ini kan harus jelas. Kalau dia adalah guru, maka guru harus menetapkan cara kerja yang dia buat di dalam penggunaan AI itu bisa dikontrol oleh guru. Karena guru yang memegang peran penting di dalam proses belajar mengajar di dalam kelas. Nah, kemudian guru juga dapat melibatkan siswa di dalam menggunakan AI. Nah, di dalam banyak proses belajar mengajar, kita sering ketakutan adanya kesamaan jawaban. Nah, oleh karena itu dibutuhkan di sini kreativitas guru, bagaimana dengan penggunaan AI ini justru dapat meringankan beban guru di dalam kelas, sehingga semua siswa sungguh-sungguh bisa terlibat di dalam proses belajar mengajar tanpa ada ketakutan bahwa masuknya AI, teknologi yang berperan ini mengubah nilai-nilai. Oleh karena itu, yang paling utama menurut saya dari perspektif pendidikan adalah bagaimana menanam kemudian cara kerja di dalam kelas yang terinspirasi, yang dibantu oleh artificial intelligence. Jadi bagaimana cara membawanya? Ya guru harus memodifikasi kelas, guru harus melibatkan banyak pihak, guru harus membuat nilai-nilai yang bisa pakai atau tidak. Nah, ini barangkali teknik-teknik strategi guru. Karena transformasi budaya adalah strategi manusia untuk beradaptasi dengan sebuah teknologi. Jadi kalau bagaimana membawa ke dalam kelas, membawa dalam pembelajaran, di sini strategi guru untuk mengubah dan membawa nilai-nilai baru ke dalam kelas tanpa mengubah identitas. Barangkali mungkin itu
baik,
dari
Prof,
yang
mungkin
pertama.
sekalian yang pertanyaan ketiga tadi, Prof, yang untuk taksonomi ya, taksonomi khusus. Apakah perlu ada taksonomi khusus untuk digital pedagogi tadi? Yang pertanyaan dari Pak Rian. Ya. Jadi apakah perlu ada taksonomi khusus bagi digital pedagogi itu? Mungkin sekalian Prof singkat saja, Prof.
Apakah perlu ini ya dari Bapak Rian ya, konsep long life learning ini berkaitan juga dengan perilaku masyarakat modern ya, sehingga apakah perlu ada taksonomi khusus berkaitan dengan digital pedagogi ya. Nah, karena kalau kita melihat apakah perlu ada taksonomi khusus lagi berkaitan dengan digital pedagogi, sepenting tidak perlu ada taksonomi khusus. Ya, tidak perlu ada taksonomi khusus. Ya. Karena kalau saya pikir Pak Rian ya, kita tidak memerlukan taksonomi khusus untuk melihat aspek-aspek digital pedagogi. Itu menurut pendapat saya ya. Kenapa? Memang kalau kita melihat taksonomi, bukan taksonomi yang dibuat oleh teori pendidikan, tapi dalam konteks digital pedagogi, mengingat bahwa mereka bisa langsung cek Google tanpa chat GPT, kemudian mereka bisa terlihat agak lebih malas ya, sehingga apakah perlu ada taksonomi khusus? Menurut saya itu tidak penting karena semua sudah terbuka. Ya sudah terbuka Pak, jadi nggak perlu ada taksonomi khusus untuk itu gitu. Jadi karena semua era keterbukaan, karena meskipun terbuka tapi kan kita kan juga tidak seragam. Chat GPT sebenarnya itu kan membuat ada format keseragaman gitu ya Pak ya. Oleh karena itu taksonomi khusus untuk digital pedagogi kalau menurut perspektif budaya, karena kita itu berbeda, jadi tidak perlu ada taksonomi khusus untuk itu. Ya, itu menurut saya. Dari perspektif budaya ya Pak, pandangannya.
Baik, terima kasih ya. Thank you very much, Professor Risma. Now we come to the second question, and the question is addressed to Dr. Helen. Question from Khairun Nisa. Dr. Helen, are you still with us? Please,
Yes.
time is yours. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon once again. So the question was, how will AI overcome the weaknesses such as lack of emotion to handle students' need? Will it eventually be able to replace human teacher entirely? So the answer is it is unlikely, no, AI is unlikely to replace human teachers. As we all know that AI is capable of helping or taking care of our different approaches, no, and different aspects of teaching, but they cannot, or AI cannot entirely replace the fact of the teachers in our teaching profession. So with all these different technologies that we are using nowadays, yet no, teachers are the most important thing because we are responsible for, shall we say, commanding or instructing this AIs or using these AIs in our profession. So as I said, no, it is unlikely to replace human teachers in our academy. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Short but very comprehensive answer, yeah. So that's impossible, yeah, to replace human being with AI. Okay, now the third question, pertanyaan ketiga for Profesor EN dari Pak Rian. Please, Profesor EN, time is yours.
Ya,
silakan.
Terima kasih Pak Budi. Terima kasih Pak Rian atas pertanyaannya. Berarti menyimak luar biasa ya Pak. Saya selipkan selintas saja, tapi ternyata nyantel untuk ditanyakan. Baik Pak Rian. Mau tidak mau kita harus bersahabat dengan teknologi berarti ya. Bagaimanapun digital pedagogi diperuntukkan bagi anak-anak yang sekarang tengah dipersiapkan untuk kesuksesan masa depannya. Nah, ketika value menjadi dikhawatirkan oleh semua pendidik dengan jarangnya bertemu langsung, maka sebetulnya kekhawatiran itu sudah lama kita rasakan pada saat nilai-nilai itu diajarkan. Nilai diajarkan jadi pengetahuan. Dan selama ini kita tidak open dengan nilai. Nah, bagaimana dengan digital teknologi ini? Nah, digital teknologi sudah beberapa poin dari karakter diwakili. Tentang tanggung jawab, ketepatan waktu, disiplin. Tentu digital tidak akan bisa bohong dibandingkan dengan bagaimana caranya kita akan berkelit dengan kehadiran dan sebagainya. Tetapi persoalan kita adalah pada saat guru-guru kita belum begitu bersahabat dengan ChatGPT dianggap sebagai musuh, padahal mau tidak mau kita akan banyak manfaat dari AI semacam itu, kalau kita bisa menaklukkan di wilayah mana kita harus masuk pada saat digital teknologi ini sudah tidak bisa ditolak lagi. Jawaban yang terakhir adalah dengan berkurangnya pertemuan physically dengan siswa, maka kita mari ramai-ramai menaklukkan tentang cara untuk membangun value lewat teknologi yang sebagian besar sudah ditaklukkan melalui teknologi-teknologi sekarang ini. Nah, jadi jangan mengajarkan tentang value, tapi di aspek kognitif harus tertempel value. Di setiap pengetahuan harus tertempel value. Dan itu nampaknya yang akan ditaklukkan nanti di tahun 2030, 2040. Berarti kita harus taklukkan sejak sekarang agar big data itu tidak mencuri tentang bagaimana mengeratkan kognitif dengan afektif. Nah, tentu bagaimana caranya seperti NVivo. NVivo bisa menskorkan tentang kualitatif. Nah, kita bagaimana menempelkan kognitif selalu built-in dengan value. Setiap tagihan selalu ada value-nya. Dan itu menjadi bagian tersendiri yang menjadi tantangan kita ya. Nah, kemudian ada sedikit ingin saya ingin sedikit nyerempet tentang haruskah kita punya apa tadi Bu? Yang ditanyakan ke Bu Risma, haruskah kita membuat taksonomi ya terkait dengan digital pedagogi? Kita sudah mencoba mempelajari Dyers. Mungkin kalau dari sisi budaya, ini tidak harus ya Bu, bagaimana sisi digital teknologi ini untuk mengcombine atau untuk memodifikasi sehingga yang selama ini pengetahuan keterampilan sikap terpisah-pisah menurut madhabnya masing-masing, bagaimana sekarang disatukan di digital teknologi itu menjadi satu kesatuan. Bukan tidak mustahil kalau dari sisi pedagogi, Pak. Bisa saja itu dibuat sehingga yang selama ini materi-materi yang sifatnya universal sudah bisa ditaklukkan oleh ChatGPT. Bagaimana dengan universal ini harus berbasis etno. Nah, ketika berbasis etno berarti kan butuh alat untuk mengujinya ya. Karena karena ujian itu basically dari tujuan. Tujuannya dibuat komprehensif, maka cara mengujinya juga komprehensif. Selama ini tujuannya dibuat terpisah. Harus observable, harus measurable, harus operasional. Sehingga sikap dipisahkan dari pengetahuan dan dipisahkan dari keterampilan. Sekarang bagaimana kompetensi yang istilah lainnya adalah internalisasi dari pengetahuan keterampilan sikap ada dalam satu rumusan. Dan mungkin kita harus menaklukkan itu ke depannya. Terima kasih Pak Rian, tantangan sama-sama ya antara kita sebagai pendidik. Oke, terima kasih.
Ya, baik, silakan.
Jadi mungkin sepakat dengan dikatakan Bu En tadi. Kita tidak perlu membuat sebuah istilah baru gitu loh Pak. Ya, istilah baru itu nggak perlu ditambah. Ya, karena tadi itu setiap masa ya ada aturannya. Setiap zaman ada teknologinya. Dan setiap masa ada kebutuhannya, dan setiap zaman itu juga ada tantangannya. Kira-kira begitu. Jadi hanya kalau pertanyaannya tadi itu saya ingin juga menambahkan dengan Bu En, bahwa kita tidak perlu membuat atau menguniformkan, enggak. Karena kodrat manusia itu different, berbeda. Ya. Jadi kalau dibuat taksonomi itu nanti justru itu menjadi parsial. Justru karena tadi ada satu rumusan yang sama gitu kan ya, tujuan yang sama, ya kita buat satu sifatnya itu yang sama tetapi tetap memperhatikan aspek-aspek perbedaan. Karena kalau sebuah dibuat taksonomi itu memang dia berbeda secara taksonomi, ya taksonomi berbeda, tapi dalam pelaksanaannya kan nanti kan bisa menjadi bias. Nah oleh karena itu kalau pertanyaannya Pak Rian dalam perspektif budaya, maka saya mengatakan tidak perlu. Gitu ya, karena itu hanya merumitkan, justru di era keterbukaan itu malah bisa menimbulkan friksi dan yang lain-lain, gitu ya, barangkali itu.
Ya, oke, baik, terima kasih banyak Profesor Risma, Profesor En, and also Dr. Helen. Thank you very much for the Q&A sessions. Actually, we've got a lot more to ask with the vast let's say discussions in the topic of AI in educations, but unfortunately we are running out of time, so that would be the end of today's session, especially in the second session of the key speakers. But before we all head out, I would like to thank you once again, to everyone who have attended the conference, especially in the second sessions. Your participations, question and answers are very, let's say, helpful, insightful for the development of AI in education in the future. And once again, before we move forward to the next agenda, let's give big applause and appreciation to all key speakers here. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Helen Filbar. Best and warm regards here from Indonesia. And also terima kasih, Profesor En, Profesor Risma. And today, before we end the session for today, second session, there would be a delivery of token of appreciations to all the key speakers in the first session and also in the second sessions. So that's why I would like to invite Dr. Katrina as well, and also Dr. Zaleha, of course, Dr. Helen, she's still with us, because we have 3 speakers far away, which is not in the ballroom. So the token of appreciation will be conducted by showing certificate of appreciation being key speakers in today's conference. The committee is ready? Is the committee ready? All right. And for the delivery of certificates, penyerahan sertifikat dan cenderamata dari panitia untuk key speakers from Indonesia, ya, Profesor EN dan Profesor Risma akan diserahkan secara langsung oleh Bapak Wakil Dekan Bidang Akademik dan Kerjasama. Oke. So we would like to start from the three speakers first from which country? Okay. All right. So please, Professor EN and Professor Risma, be ready in place provided by the committee. Silakan untuk mempersiapkan diri di depan. Kemudian mohon izin Pak Dekan untuk menyerahkan sertifikat ya. Baik. Alright, the first one, simbolik dulu ya. Alright, the first one will be a symbolic delivery ya, of token of appreciation for key speakers. The first one would be Dr. Katrina. Is she still with us today? This time? Okay, so here's the certificate for Dr. Katrina Tur ya. And then the second certificate would be for Dr. Zaleha. Is she still here? All right. Okay, and the third one is for Dr. Helen Filbar. Yeah, she's still with us today. So here's the symbolic delivery of certificate of appreciation for Dr. Helen. And the next one for our key speakers, untuk key speakers yang dari Fakultas Kedokteran dan Ilmu Pendidikan, kami mohon Bapak Dekan untuk menempatkan diri beserta teman-teman panitia untuk penyerahan sertifikat dan cenderamata kepada Profesor EN dan Profesor Risma. Cenderamata pertama diserahkan kepada Profesor EN ya sebagai key speaker yang keempat ya. Ya, sekaligus lanjut. Baik, terima kasih Bapak Wakil Dekan Bidang Akademik dan Kerjasama, Bapak Dr. Riswandi yang telah menyerahkan sertifikat beserta cenderamata kepada key speaker yang dari FKIP Unila. Kemudian setelah itu akan dilanjutkan dengan foto session ya, foto bersama ya. Oh, saya juga, oke. All right. Okay, yeah. All right. Okay, audience. So that was the end of the second session of today's seminar for the key speakers. Yeah. So once again, give applause and big appreciation to all the key speakers for the morning sessions. Yeah. All right. And me as the moderator, Budika Daryanto, please accept my apology, yeah, for any inconvenience or mistake in delivering or in moderating the conference. Yeah. So I wish that we could have a meeting in future occasions, in future conference. Yeah. And Dr. Helen, Professor Risma, Professor EN, and all the audience, thank you very much. See you next time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tabe pun. Okay, so all the audience, yeah. After this, there would be a parallel session, yeah. But the parallel session would be started at 13:30, ya. Jadi nanti parallel session akan dimulai pada pukul 13.30. Jadi sekarang now we are in break time, ya. Baik, terima kasih. Demikian dari saya.